Welcoming you all to the 43rd Manik Chandra Baruah National Level Debate Competition, a prestigious annual event of Cotton University. We have amidst us today distinguished personalities, invited guests, students and faculty members from across different universities and academic institutions of India. We are pleased to have Professor Diganta Bisha Horma as the esteemed speaker of today's debate competition, and Srijut Gautam Horma, Dr. Manavendra Horma, and Dr. Konkana Goswami Bharadwaj as members of jury. We are also pleased to have with us the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, the respected registrar and officers, esteemed deans, heads and members of faculty of various departments of Cotton University, Director IQAC, staff members, and dear student Cottonians, and also the members of the press and media houses. A very warm welcome to all of you. As always, this event is being organized by the Debate and Symposia section of Cotton University Students' Union under the patronage and guidance of the teachers in charge of the event. I would also like to mention that this event is being streamed live on YouTube, and so interested people from all over the country can view it from the comfort of their homes. At the very outset, the national anthem, followed by the state anthem, will be played. I request all to kindly rise in their seats.
Janagana mana adhinayaka jaya he, Bharat bhagya vidhata. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Vanga, Vindhya, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchchala, Jaladhi, Taranga. Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mange, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha. Janagana Mangaladayaka Jaya He, Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He. Punarve, O Mursi Gunive,
Thank you. The Manik Chandra Baruah Debate Competition, or the MCB debate as it is popularly known since the days of Cotton College, has traversed through 4 long decades since 1979. It has been a regular annual event of Cotton since then, except for a year in the 80s and the pandemic years recently, thus attaining its iconic status, attracting participants from across the different parts of the country. Held in the memory of Honorable Manik Chandra Baruah, whose foresight and dedication led to the establishment of this glorious institution, then named Cotton College, more than a century ago in 1901, this debate competition is a humble tribute to the legendary personality whose vision changed the entire academic landscape of the country during those days. It is indeed a platform that brings together fertile minds, thus ensuring intellectual deliberations and logical arguments from the most promising section of the Indian population, the students, the youth of today. The topic of this year's MCB debate competition is, in the opinion of the House, India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. We would like to start this event in an auspicious note with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp and offering of floral tributes in front of the photographs of legendary Manik Chandra Baruah and Dilip Kumar Baruah, the noted economist, educationist, literature, and former principal of erstwhile Cotton College, under whose aegis the first ever MCB debate competition was held at Cotton College in the year 1979. I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, and the respected Registrar, Dean Students Welfare, and Director Students Welfare to kindly come forward to do the honors. I also request the teachers in charge of the MCB debate and delegated students to kindly assist in the process. The Dvip Stutra will be rendered by Bipasha Das, a student of the Department of History, as the ceremonial lamp is lit.
दीप ज्योति परम ज्योति दीप ज्योति जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते शुभं करोतु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं सुखसम्पदः द्वेषबुद्धिविनाशाय आत्मज्योति नमोऽस्तुते आत्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय ब्रह्मज्योति नमोऽस्तुते ब्रह्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय गुरुर्ज्योति नमोऽस्तुते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you, Bipasha, for this wonderful rendition. If anyone wishes to offer floral tributes to the gurus, may kindly come forward. I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Ramesh Chandra Dekar, the Registrar, Dr. Arindam Garg, Dean Students Welfare, Professor Ikhan Kolita, and Director Students Welfare, Dr. Prakhanta Horma, to kindly come up and take their seats on the dais. They may kindly be escorted by the members of the organizing committee. Thank you. May I now request the Registrar, Cotton University, Dr. Arindam Garg, to kindly deliver the address of welcome.
Namaskar, good morning. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cotton University, Professor Manik Chandra Baruah, Dean Students Welfare, Professor Ishan Kolita, Director Students Welfare, Dr. Prakhanta Horma, today's speaker, Professor Diganta Biswa Horma, our respected members of the jury, Konkona Goswami Bharadwaj Baido, Dr. Manavendra Horma, and Sri Gautam Horma. Deans of the faculties, IQSC Director, Dr. Hiren Deka, heads of the department, teacher in charges of the debating and symposium section of Cotton University, Dr. Okuntita Borthakur and Dr. Deepjyoti Kolita, other faculty members present here, and dear students and friends from the media. It gives me great pleasure as I stand here to welcome all of you to the 43rd Manik Chandra Baruah National Level Debate Competition. This debate competition, ever since it started in 1979, has been an integral part of our institution. As you are all aware, Cotton College at that time was established in 1901, and today we are Cotton University. It has been a wonderful journey and has been made possible with the contributions of generations from different sections of Assam. I know as a fact that most families of Assam are connected to cotton in some direct or indirect manner. So when we work in cotton, when we study in cotton, we are example for others, and we need to remember that. It is also a matter of immense pride that this competition, which started initially as a local competition in 1979, has evolved to this dimension right now where it is a national level competition. It's a very proud feeling for all of us. And over the years, various teams from across the countries have participated in this particular debate competition, and we have seen some very engrossing moments in all these debates. I believe debates are an integral part of life. Debates are very important for developing soft skills in students, and of course, everybody else who's participating. And when I say soft skills, I speak about communication skills, interpersonal skills, team building skills, leadership skills, and of course, the ability to do creative thinking. As a teacher, today, in these days, I feel very sad when I see students mostly engrossed in smartphones. I believe that this too much of time given to smartphones, as we call them, would reduce the amount of creativity that we have. যেতিয়াই মই ৰৈ থাকোঁ তেতিয়াও দেখোঁ যে মানুহৰ হাতত আজিকালি কেই ছেকেণ্ড মান বা অলপ এটা মিনিট পালেও যেন মোবাইলটোকেই চাই যেন সেই মুহূৰ্তত মোবাইলটো নেচালে কিবা এটা হৈয়ে যাব কিন্তু অৰ্থাৎ ইয়াত কি হয় that smartphone, whatever the information is there, it is occupying our mind. And since it's occupying our mind, what we are looking at that moment of time, feeded in information, আমাৰ নিজৰ যিটো thinking capacity টো সেইটো কৰিবলৈ আজিকালি সময় নহয়. So, I believe that as individuals and as students, all of you, and as youngsters who are going to be who are the future of the country, I firmly believe that, you please start also spending time in actually thinking. And when you start thinking, there's a lot of creativity that develops. Now, coming back to the debates, I have seen a lot of debates in my life, and I was not primarily a debater. I primarily never debated in my school and college days. মোৰ প্ৰথম debate participation হৈছিলে actually my Pune University যোৱাৰ পিছত when I appeared for my master's program in management. তেতিয়া কৰিছিলোঁ and ভয়ে ভয়ে কৰিছিলোঁ. But when I started doing debates, I realized that my soft skills and creativity also started increasing. And that is the reason why I brought up this topic. Debates help us in developing soft skills in our creative thinking, and in turn develops our personality. So it is really a great thing if students who are coming here from different parts of the country, and also, of course, the students of Cotton, that you are participating in debate. Through this medium, I would like to encourage all students to participate in debates as much as possible, because it will help in your enrichment. As I stand here in Cotton University, I need to share something with you, most of which, perhaps most of you are aware about it, that we are the first state-level university from the northeastern region who has been given a NAC A grade, which is a very proud moment for all of us. The transition from college to university and getting an A grade is not very easy, because the parameters that you have in terms of college are very different from the parameters that you have in a university. So it's a very proud moment for us. This has only been possible because of the contribution of the faculty members, the IQSC team members who work day and night, and the non-teaching staff, and of course the contribution of our dear students. Everyone was a part of this journey. Without taking much of my time, I would once again like to welcome all of you to this 43rd Manik Chandra Baruah National Level Debate Competition. I take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh Chandra Deka, a visionary leader under whose leadership Cotton is progressing, and under whose leadership we achieved the NAC A grade, and we look forward to more positive things happening in the future under his leadership. I welcome my colleagues, the Dean Students Welfare and the Director Students Welfare, who are actively supporting and building the Students Welfare section of Cotton University. I welcome our privileged and speaker for today, Professor Diganta Biswa Sharma, who is a known name, and who has recently, he was just sharing with us that yesterday he was at Lakhimpur, day before yesterday he was somewhere else. So in spite of his busy schedule, he has traveled the night, and he is in Cotton right now, so I have the privilege of welcoming him to Cotton University. I also welcome our privileged jury members who are seated here. Shri Gautam Sharma, who is not only here as a jury member, he is a part of our committees in Cotton University. Sir, thank you for all the time that you are giving Cotton University. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you. I would like to welcome Konkana Goswami Bharadwaj and Dr. Manavendra Sharma. Konkana Goswami Bharadwaj is from NLU, and Dr. Manavendra Sharma is from B. Baruah College. I welcome both of you to Cotton University. I welcome the deans of the faculties seated out here. I welcome the Director IQSC. I welcome the heads of the department. I welcome the faculty members. I welcome and also thank the teacher in charge of this section for organizing this debate. I welcome all the dear students and all the participants of this debate from various locations. I welcome the media representatives and all other dignitaries present here. I wish, and I have no doubts, that this debate, this 43rd Manik Chandra Baruah National Level Debate Competition, would be a grand success, just like the previous years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your words have indeed set the tone for the event in the right perspective. Thank you so much. We now move on to the next program, release of the Souvenir, published on the occasion of the 43rd MCB debate, as has been done in the previous years. Prior to the release of the Souvenir, which has been named The Argumentative Legacy, I would like to request the editors, Parviz Zaman and Kapil Dev Goswami, students of Cotton University, to kindly say a few words about the entire endeavor. We have Kapil Dev Goswami with us here. Yes, Kapil, please come up.
নতুনৰ গতিশেতা ডেকা গাভৰু আমি নিৰ্ভীক কৰি শতিকাৰ অজ্ঞান চাকনৈয়া এফলীয়া কৰি থৈ মাৰি যাওঁ জীৱনৰ দ্বাৰ। নমস্কাৰ। আজি এই ঐতিহাসিক কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ কলাগুৰু বিষ্ণুপ্ৰসাদ ৰাভা প্ৰেক্ষাগৃহত উপস্থিত আমাৰ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ সন্মানীয় উপাচাৰ্য মহোদয়, পঞ্জীয়ক মহোদয়, ছাত্ৰ কল্যাণ সঞ্চালক মহোদয়কে প্ৰমুখ্যে আজি বিতৰ্ক কলা প্ৰতিযোগিতাত আমি আমন্ত্ৰণ জনোৱা আমাৰ সন্মানীয় অধ্যক্ষ মহোদয় তথা বিচাৰক মহোদয় প্ৰমুখ্যে আজি এই প্ৰেক্ষাগৃহত উপস্থিত শ্ৰদ্ধাৰ পৰম পূজনীয় শিক্ষাগুৰুসকল আৰু মোৰ অগ্ৰজ অনুজ আৰু সহপাঠীসকল। কটন এক চিন্তা, কটন এক বৌদ্ধিক বটবৃক্ষ আৰু এই কটন কলেজৰ তেতিয়াৰ কটন কলেজৰ পৰা আৰম্ভ হোৱা অৰ্থাৎ 1979 চনত আৰম্ভ হোৱা মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱাৰ ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাখনে এইবেলি 43টা বসন্ত ভৰি দিলে। এই কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ এই তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাখন হৈছে এক অবিচ্ছেদ্য অংগ। কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ এই তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাখন অসম তথা উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলৰ সমান্তৰালকৈ ৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ প্ৰেক্ষাপটত এখন অতি উন্নত মানদণ্ডৰ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা। আৰু তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাই আমাক চিন্তা কৰিবলৈ শিকায়, আমাক বৌদ্ধিক বিকাশ কৰিবলৈ শিকায়, আমাক ব্যক্তিত্ব বিকাশ কৰিবলৈ শিকোৱাৰ লগতে আমাক প্ৰশ্ন কৰিবলৈ শিকায়। এই প্ৰশ্ন কেৱল প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ ভিতৰত নহয়, এই প্ৰশ্ন আমাক সমাজ ব্যৱস্থাৰ ওপৰত, এই প্ৰশ্ন সমাজত চলি থকা অন্যায়, অবিচাৰ, দুৰ্নীতিৰ ওপৰত। আৰু আটাইতকৈ উল্লেখনীয় দিশটো হ'ল এই তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাখনৰ লগত সংগতি ৰাখি প্ৰকাশ কৰে এখন স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থ আৰু প্ৰত্যেক বছৰ দৰে এইবাৰ কোনো ব্যতিক্ৰম নোহোৱাকৈ সেই স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থখন সম্পাদনা কৰি ওলোৱা হৈছে আৰু এইবেলি সম্পাদনাৰ ভাৰ পৰিল মোৰ ওপৰত। বহু কষ্টত মাত্ৰ দুদিনৰ ভিতৰত বহু ভুল ভ্ৰান্তি হৈছে আমাৰ সম্পাদনা কৰোঁতে আৰু এই ভুল ভ্ৰান্তিসমূহ আমাক পাঠকবৃন্দই আঙুলিয়াই আমাক শুদ্ধ পথত আগন্তুক দিনত যাতে আমি আৰু অধিক ক্ষিপ্ৰতাৰে কাম কৰিব পাৰোঁ। সম্পাদনা কৰাৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত আমাৰ এই প্ৰথম অভিজ্ঞতা। আমি সম্পাদনা কৰাৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত যিসকল কটনীয়ানে আমাক লেখা জমা দিছে সেইসকলক ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ। আমাক প্ৰতিটো মুহূৰ্তত সহায় কৰা প্ৰত্যেকগৰাকী শিক্ষাগুৰুক ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ। আমাক প্ৰত্যেকটো মুহূৰ্ততে দিহা পৰামৰ্শ দিয়া তত্ত্বাৱধায়ক মহোদয়ক আমি ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ। আৰু সেই উদ্দেশ্যে আমি আজি এই 43তম কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত সংগতি ৰাখি যিখন আলোচনী বা স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থ প্ৰকাশ কৰি লৈছে সেইখন আজি উন্মোচন কৰিবলৈ আগবাঢ়িছোঁ। আমি বিচাৰিছোঁ আমাৰ এই ক্ষুদ্ৰ প্ৰচেষ্টাই যিসকল কটনীয়ান আছে বা যিসকল উপস্থিত আজি সদাশয় ব্যক্তি আছে তেওঁলোকৰ কিছু পৰিমাণে যাতে সহায়ক হয় তাৰ উদ্দেশ্যে তাৰ সেই উদ্দেশ্য আগত ৰাখি আমাৰ যি ক্ষুদ্ৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা, আমাৰ সেই ক্ষুদ্ৰ প্ৰচেষ্টাত ভুল ভ্ৰান্তি ৰৈ গৈছে সেই ভুল ভ্ৰান্তিসমূহ যাতে আপোনালোকে মাৰ্জনা কৰে আৰু সেই উদ্দেশ্যে আজি আমি সেই স্মৃতিগ্ৰন্থখন উন্মোচন কৰিবলৈ আগবাঢ়িছোঁ। জয়টো কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়, জয়টো কটনীয়ান। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, Kopil, and I congratulate you for your endeavor. And we are now moving to the formal release of the MCB debate souvenir. May I request the organizing committee members, the advisors, faculties in charge, organizing secretary, and all members of the editorial board to kindly come up to the dais for the process. Please come. And I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, to kindly release the souvenir. The Argumentative Legacy. That's the name of the souvenir. Thank you. We would now like to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Cotton University, Professor Ramesh Chandra Dekar, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskar and good morning to everyone present here. It is a matter of great honor and pride for me to be here today to inaugurate the Manik Chandra Baruah Memorial National Level Debate Competition, one of the most cherished traditions of Cotton University. This annual event is not only a platform for intellectual exchange, but also a solemn tribute to a visionary who played a decisive role in shaping modern education in Assam. Earlier, this debate, as our Dr. Sangita Bhattakur told, that this debate started from 1979. Started by Professor Dilip Kumar Baruah. And it was in multi-language. It was in Assamese and English. But somehow, I think in few years before, this debate started only in English. But I think we should continue in both languages, in Assamese and English. The Assamese should be there. I think there was problem how to judge. In the judgment, there was problem. But that I think we can leave to the juries, how they will decide. But I have already discussed with our Dean Student Welfare. So I asked them to make a proposal that from next year onward, this debate will be both in English and Assamese, and I will pass it in our Executive Council. So respected Registrar, Dr. Orindam Garg, Director, Dean Student Welfare, Professor Ishan Kolita, Director Student Welfare, Dr. Prasanto Sharma. Today's speaker, most respected, Diganta Biswa Sharma. Actually, he is Professor of Practice from Dibrugad University. We have Mr. Gautam Sharma, Konkana Goswami Bharadwaj, and we have also Dr. Sharma from Bibura College. Respected faculty members of Cotton University, Dean, Art Sciences, Professor Bornali Gogoi, Director, IQAC Director, and also Khikharatna. No? Khikharatna. He got Khikharatna Award. Khikharatna, Dr. Hiren Deka. My dear participants and my dear student friends, as our Dr. Orindam Garg told about the history of Cotton College, also that about NAC A grade. This is the first institute, first university who got NAC accreditation. This is first attempt in the northeastern region. So and this all happens because of our dedicated staff, students, and everyone, also stakeholders, alumni. Alumni also played significant role in those achievements. And towards the end of 19th century, the Assamese student who wants to go for higher education, they suffer a lot because they have to go to Calcutta and they need to stay in hostel. There were some hostel, and many people could not go. Those who are having money, only they can avail those higher education. Then Manik Chandra Baruah requested Sir Henry's statement, Sir John Henry's statement, Cotton, that we should have one institute, one college in Assam, in the northeast. And there were a lot of deliberation. Initially, they started that instead of giving one college in Assam, so we'll build one hostel in Calcutta. Then the Manik Chandra Baruah told, no, I think that will be not a solution, good solution for this. And he persuaded, and finally this Cotton University came to existence. Now we have completed 125 years. We have completed 124 years, and 125th year is going on. During that time, many people told that this name of this college should be in the name of Manik Chandra Baruah. Many people told, because of his dedication. But then Manik Chandra Baruah himself told that it should not be in my name, it should be in the name of Henry Cotton. So that Manik, even after I became Vice Chancellor, I got phone call from few people. I will not tell the name. Can you try to rename this institute as Manik Chandra Baruah University? Then I told it is not possible. It is not possible. I told, I have not discussed. Only today I am telling. Nobody, I think I never discussed with anybody about this issue because it is not possible. I myself feel that it is not possible. So because of that, I have not told anybody. But today I am telling that this is MCB debate. People should know that what Manik Chandra Baruah contributed to the development of our region. So the MCB debate is organized on 7th of September every year because it is the anniversary, it is his death anniversary. And the date of birth is also 8th September. So it is tomorrow. It is like that. So it happens that his birthday is on 8th September and death anniversary on 7th September. But traditionally, we are celebrating on most of the time, we are celebrating on 7th September. Last year, it happens that we need to start on 9th September. But we will try to continue with 7th September itself. So it has definitely national character. We have participants from Delhi, Shillong, and many other places from northeastern region. We have many participants. So this gives the national flavor to the debating competition. So to the young participants here today, I would like to say that you are the carrier of this proud legacy. You are the carrier of this proud legacy of Manik Chandra Baruah and Cotton University. When you speak with clarity. When you argue with conviction. And when you listen with openness. Let your word reflect not only intellect, but also empathy and fairness. In doing so, you not only honor the memory of Manik Chandra Baruah, but also strengthen the democratic and intellectual tradition of our society. So I take this opportunity to thank our debating team, our debate secretary, and all the associated students who helped him in organizing this event. I also thank all the teachers behind this event because of their dedication. So this has come to, we could organize this event here. So with this word, I have the privilege to finally declare that Manik Chandra Baruah Memorial National Level Debate Competition 2025 open. I wish all the participants great success and look forward to an engaging and inspiring competition. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your informative, engaging, and inspiring words. We have now reached the end of the inaugural session. I request Gitartho Bora, the debating secretary and organizing secretary of the MCB debate competition, to kindly deliver the formal vote of thanks. I call upon Gitartha Baruah to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Honorable Speaker, sir, esteemed judges, respected faculty members, distinguished guests, participants, and my dear friends. As the Debate and Symposium Secretary of Cotton University Students Union 2024 and 25, it is my privilege to extend heartfelt gratitude to everyone who gave us their precious time to make this event a grand success. Debate competition a resounding success, and my sincere thanks to our esteemed panel of judges for their time and expertise to ensure the spirit of healthy competition. To the participant, your eloquence, intellect, and passion for debate is soul of this event. Your thought-provoking arguments and spirited performances will make this competition memorable, and we applaud your dedication. I extend my gratitude to our respected Vice Chancellor, sir, Director, Student Welfare, sir, Dean, sir, Registrar, sir, IQSC Head Dr. Hiren Deka, sir, TISA in charge of Debate and Symposium Section, Cotton University Students Union, Dr. Okunthita Borthakur Baideu, and Deepjyoti Kolita, sir. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all present here. আজি এটাই কথা কবলে বিচাৰিছো, তৰ্ক এই তৰ্কই বহু দিয়ে। তৰ্ক কেৱল প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ বাবে নহয়, তৰ্ক হৈছে জীৱনৰ বাবে। তৰ্ক কেৱল প্ৰতিযোগিতাত কথা কোৱাৰ বাবে নহয়, তৰ্ক হৈছে জীৱনত আগুৱাই যোৱাৰ বাবে। তৰ্ক কেৱল সীমাবদ্ধ সময়ৰ কেইটামান যুক্তি নহয়, তৰ্ক হৈছে মানুহৰ প্ৰগতিৰ প্ৰথমটো খোজ। সেয়েহে 43টা বছৰত ভৰি দিয়া মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা সোঁৱৰণী ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ তৰ্কৰ প্ৰতিযোগিতাখন অনাগত দিনলৈও উত্তৰ পূৰ্বৰ লগতে ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ তৰ্কৰ প্ৰতিযোগিতাসমূহৰ মাজত জিলিকি থাকক তাৰ কামনা কৰিছোঁ। আৰু অসম কিংবা উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলৰ প্ৰেক্ষাপটৰ পৰা সমগ্ৰ ভাৰতবৰ্ষত চিন্তা কৰাৰ যিটো শক্তি, মানুহক নতুন কিবা এটা শিকোৱাৰ, নতুন কিবা এটা ভাবিবৰ বাবে পথ দেখুৱাৰ যিটো বাট, এই বাটটো আমাৰ এই তৰ্কৰ প্ৰতিযোগিতাখনে অনাগত ভৱিষ্যতলৈও সমগ্ৰ ভাৰতবৰ্ষক যাতে দেখুৱাই যাব পাৰে, আমাৰ কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনিক যাতে দেখুৱাই যাব পাৰে। সেইখান্তত ভূপেন হাজৰিকাৰ ভাষাৰে ক'বলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ, সূৰ্য উদয় যদি লক্ষ্য আমাৰ, সূৰ্যাস্তৰ পিনে ধাৱমান কিয়? শীতল বৃষ্টি যদি কাম্য আমাৰ, অনাবৃষ্টি বিচাৰি ফুৰিছোঁ কিয়? ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, Gitartha. This brings us to the end of the inaugural session, and we shall be starting the main debate competition within 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. I request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats in the hall. Thank you. Thank you.
ঠিকে আছে চাগে। আৰু এটা চেয়াৰ ইয়াতে লাগিব।
Against the motion or for the motion of power. কৰিছোঁ ছাৰ। Excuse me. Students sitting at the back are requested to occupy the spaces in the front of the front rows.
Welcome back to the parliamentary session of the Manik Chandra Baruah debate competition. We have 17 registered participating teams from Delhi, Meghalaya, and Assam as of now. At the outset, we would like to call on stage our esteemed speaker, Professor Dignitary Bisha Horma. May I request a member of the organizing committee to kindly escort the speaker to the dais. I take the honor of presenting before you a brief profile of the esteemed speaker of today's MCB debate. Sahitya Academy awardee, Professor Dignitary Bisha Horma, is a noted author, poet, translator, and orator who is widely known for his lectures on spiritualism and Indian philosophy and culture, deliberated in the light of the teachings of Sri Aurobindo and the Divine Mother. Born to noted poet, lyricist, and translator, late Kailash Nath Horma and Srimati Mrinalini Devi, a former vice president of Ahom Sahitya Sabha, it is noteworthy that Professor Horma serves as member, General Council, and Executive Board, Sahitya Academy, New Delhi, and also as convener, Assamese Language Advisory Board, Sahitya Academy. He was awarded the prestigious Sahitya Academy Translation Prize in 2020 for translating Sri Aurobindo's The Foundations of Indian Culture into Assamese, and the Dr. Moidul Islam Bora Literary Award in 2022. He has several translation works and poetry collections to his credit. He has been conferred the honoris causa PhD by Assam University, Silchar, and is presently a professor of practice at Dibrugarh University and also at IIT Guwahati, apart from being an adjunct professor in the Department of Sanskrit, Guwahati University. Horma is a life member of Ahom Sahitya Sabha, Akhil Bharatiya Sahitya Parishad, Bharatiya Itihas Sankalan Samiti, permanent member of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal Uttar Ahom for a period of 10 years, and also a member of the Executive Council, Guwahati University. In a unique initiative, Professor Horma has delivered more than 500 online and over 150 offline lectures at colleges and universities, besides a few hundred other lectures delivered as invited speaker at various levels and various places. His area of research being spirituality, yoga, Indian culture, nationalism, Indian pedagogy, Indian psychology, and the like. Noteworthy among his lecture series are 100 online lectures on the foundations of Indian culture in the light of Sri Aurobindo at Assam University during 2021, 150 online lectures on understanding the universal message of Srimad Bhagavad Gita in the light of Sri Aurobindo at Assam University during 22-23, 150 online lectures titled Gita for Life in the light of Sri Aurobindo at IIT Guwahati during 2022-23, a year-long 100 online lectures on psychological health and perfection of personality in the light of the teachings of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother at Cotton University during 2023-24, and presently a 100 lecture series on Indian knowledge system in the light of Sri Aurobindo at Guwahati University is going on. This is indeed a remarkable initiative. We are indeed pleased to have you with us today, Professor Horma. Thank you so much for being with us in spite of your busy schedule. Can we have a big round of applause for the speaker, please? We would like to welcome Professor Horma with tokens of appreciation and respect. I request our students to kindly do the honors. Thank you. Next, we take great pleasure in welcoming the esteemed members of the jury. May I request Shri Gautam Horma, Dr. Manavendra Horma, and Dr. Konkana Goswami Bharadwaj to kindly come up to the dais. I take the privilege of welcoming the members of the jury to all present here. I request the members of the organizing committee to kindly escort the members of the jury to the dais. May we have you on the dais, please? Shri Gautam Horma is a journalist, lyricist, and debater from Assam, currently serving as the executive editor of Amar Ahom, a leading regional newspaper. While pursuing his education at Tezpur College and Guwahati University, he nurtured his intellectual and debating skills simultaneously. Alongside his career in journalism, Horma is also recognized for his contributions as a lyricist, musician, and his active involvement in debating circles. Through his diverse pursuits, he has established himself as a notable voice in Assam's cultural and intellectual sphere. We are indeed honored to have him as a member of the jury today. I call upon the students to felicitate Shri Horma. Thank you. Our next member is Dr. Manavendra Horma, who is an associate professor in the Department of English at B. Baruah College, Guwahati. He graduated from Cotton College in English Literature in 2001 and completed Masters in Literary Theory, and thereafter also obtained his PhD from Guwahati University. Apart from academics, he is also a renowned debater, celebrated for his eloquence and intellectual depth. It is commendable that through his teaching, research, and debating, Dr. Horma has made lasting contributions to English studies and public life in Assam. We are pleased to have you with us today, Dr. Horma. I call upon the students to felicitate Dr. Horma. Thank you. We also have with us Dr. Konkana Goswami Bharadwaj, former journalist and columnist, and presently a faculty of law at National Law University and the Judicial Academy, Assam. She is also an ardent debater. Welcome to Cotton University, Dr. Bharadwaj. I request the students to felicitate Dr. Konkana Bharadwaj. We thank the members of the jury for sparing time and being with us today. We welcome you again, and we now request you to take your seats in the allotted place. Now I call upon the debating secretary, Gitartha Bora, to kindly elaborate on the prizes to be awarded in this competition.
Good morning again to everyone. Our prize category is Best Team, Second Best Team, Best Debater, Second Best Debater, and a Best Interjector Award. The question will come from any student or any participant, otherwise from the panel of judges. Thank you.
Thank you, Gitartha. We are now in a position to start the competition. I hand over the charge of carrying forward this parliamentary session to the esteemed speaker, Professor Digonta Bisha Horma, who is also an ardent debater all through his life since studenthood. And I request you to give a brief introductory note and an explanation of the rules of this competition. So thank you all, and my best wishes to all the participants. We look forward to an interesting and thought-provoking debate. Thank you once again. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Borthakur. So let us start the proceedings of the today's House. The only motion to be moved today in this session of the House is India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strength in view of the shifting international alliance and an emerging multipolar global order. Now, the rules of the debating competition. Each institution can send one team comprising of 2 participants, one for the motion and the other against the motion. They will have to necessarily bring identity proof mentioning the date of birth along with the institution identity card and a forwarding letter from the head of the institution. The debaters will be allowed to speak only in English language. The mover will be selected by a draw of lots and will be allotted 5 minutes, while the other debaters will get 4 minutes for placing their opinions. The mover will be given an additional 2 minutes time to sum up at the end of the debate, but that will not be evaluated by the judges. There will be a warning bell for the debaters at the start of the last minute. The audience will ask maximum 1 question per debater. Let me repeat, the audience will ask maximum of 1 question per debater. Use of unparliamentary words will lead to disqualification. The decision of the judges will be considered as final and binding. The parliamentary rules, procedures, and practices shall be followed to the extent possible. The violation of any of the rules that have just been pronounced may attract appropriate actions from the authority concerned. So let me now select the mover. So Maitreyi Malakar will move the motion in today's House. Maitreyi Malakar will move the motion in today's House. Maitreyi Malakar, are you present? Is she present? Maitreyi Malakar. Z7. Maitreyi Malakar, Z7. Yes, you can start.
Respected Speaker, sir, I'm Shri Maitreyi Malakar from Assam Downtown University, and today I'm moving for the motion. India should prioritize regional cooperation with our South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. Respected Speaker, sir, a tree that ignores its own roots can't stand tall. Similarly, if India wants to rise in multipolar world, it must focus on its own roots, that is South Asia. Respected Speaker, sir, I firmly believe that India must prioritize its regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood. Why? Because in the rising of multipolar world, strength begins at home. And if India ignores its own region, then we risk becoming a giant with weak foundations. But by building trust, trade, and partnerships within South Asia, India not only secures her neighborhood from external influence, but also positions herself as a national leader of the global South. Simply put, before India can lead the world, she must first unite her region. Respected Speaker, sir, South Asia is the least integrated region of the world. Our intra-regional trade is just 5% of the total trade as compared to 25% of ASEAN and 35% of EU, according to World Bank 2022. This is not because of lack of demand. The World Bank says if India leads regional integration, we could unlock $44 billion every year in new trade. Imagine, just by working with our neighbors, India can create jobs, reduce costs, and become the growth engine of South Asia. In today's multipolar world, a united South Asia isn't just an option, it is an economic necessity. Respected Speaker, sir, China has invested over $100 billion in South Asia to the Belt and Road Initiative, with just the China-Pakistan economic corridor with $62 billion. If India ignores its neighbors, we risk handing over our backyard to Beijing. But when India steps in, look at the facts. We already supply 1,160 megawatts of electricity to Bangladesh, saving them from $1 billion annually. Nepal and Bhutan's hydropower projects with India could generate 50 gigawatts of clean energy by 2040. This is not charity, this is strategy. If India roots itself in South Asia, it strengthens its security and ensures that the region's future is shaped by Delhi, not by Beijing. Respected Speaker, sir, when Sri Lanka's economy collapsed in 2022, India stepped in with $4 billion emergency aid, fuel, food, and credit lines, keeping Colombo afloat. Compare this to China, where loans built Hambantota part but trapped Sri Lanka in debt. Only India provided immediate relief, sieging assets. This shows regional cooperation makes India the first responder and natural leader of South Asia. Respected Speaker, sir, the opposition might say that Pakistan can't be trusted. Well, I have a question for the knowledgeable opposition, that is foreign policy a trust exercise in a yoga class, or it is a hard-nosed chess game? We cooperate not out of love, but out of necessity. Even bitter rivals share the same table when the stakes are high. Respected Speaker, sir, I will say that if India wants to lead the world, it must first lead its neighborhood. A tree that waters its own region, a tree that waters its own roots grows unshakable. India's roots are South Asia. Ignore them and we stand tall just to fall alone. Thank you.
So now I call upon Dorshil Sravanya Z11 to oppose the motion. Dorshil Sravanya Z11.
A really good morning to Honorable Speaker, sir, respected judges, ladies and gentlemen, and to one and all present here. My name is Dorshil Sravanya, representing SS Academy, and today I shall be speaking against the motion of the topic. India has strong strategic diplomatic relations with Japan, Australia, Brazil, and African nations, and moreover European nations and also East Asian nations, which not only help India to empower their youth, but also help them to infrastructure and technologically develop India. In such a situation, India shifting its complete focus to the problematic South Asian region is a volatilely devastating and counterproductive idea for India. Respected speaker, sir, my fellow debatees here have said that enhancing relations with South Asian neighbors can strengthen security, empower youth, and also help us to strengthen historical ties. But which security are we talking about? Is it the security where Sri Lanka offers a strategic location to China and US so that they can dominate India? Or is it the security and youth empowerment where Pakistani military-sponsored terrorist groups kill the fathers of young Indian boys in the attack of Pahalgam? And which historical ties are we talking about? Is it the historical ties where Nepal betrays India in the Kalabani Treaty and releases a map showing that Kalabani is a region of Nepal? Respected speaker, sir, my fellow debatees have also said that strengthening relations can strengthen democracy and economy. But where are we expecting this democracy strengthening from? Are we expecting this from a military-ruled Pakistan or a Taliban-ruled Afghanistan or Bangladesh, whose reason is getting animated by religious riots? And where are we expecting this economic development from? Are we expecting this from economic crisis facing Sri Lanka or the debt-trapped Pakistan or Nepal and Maldives, whose joint economy would not cross $1 trillion in the next 30 years? Moreover, a person is known by the company he keeps. The same would happen with India. If India keeps relations with developed countries, India itself would get developed. If India keeps relations with underdeveloped countries, India can never develop. And it is not like India never tried to make relations with South Asian countries. But every time, India got betrayed due to faithlessness and filthiness. These countries have always betrayed us, has broken our trust. How can we trust such countries? Moreover, now India should now choose wise. It is time that India prioritizes itself over its South Asian neighborhood. It is time that India understands its worth and also strengthens its global allies. In conclusion, I would like to say that I'm not saying that having diplomatic relations with any country is bad. I'm not saying that taking the advice of any country is bad. But even after 79 years since the white man has left India, if you are trying to please another country, then this raises the question, are we truly independent? Great people make greater people, and greater people make legends that the history remembers. Let us all together work for India. And for that, we need to take the best things that need to get appreciated in India. And the best for India is to make global allies rather than seeking help of the territory-hungry South Asian neighborhood. That's all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Anybody present in this house can ask maximum one question to the debater, put one question to him with his or her introduction, if you wish to. Anybody from the public, anybody present in this house may put one question to the debater with his or her introduction, if you wish to. Anybody interested? Please stand up and ask the question. One question will be allowed only. One question will be allowed only. Give him a microphone. Sir, আমি একটা ওই ডিবেট কম্পিটিশনে আছি একটু পরে First, give your introduction, then put the question.
The US is the example. US and Canada never have good political ties. but still US is developing. US is threatening Mexico so that they can take it under, but still US is developing. US has the highest economy in the world, and still US is developing. It does not have good ties with its neighborhood, still US is developing. Moreover, China does not have any good relations with India, neither its neighborhood of, you can say, Taiwan. And many other countries hate China, but still China is developing, China's trade is developing, China's economy is rising every year. These are two prime examples.
No, thank you. No, there will be no supplementary question. Okay, then now you can go. So now I call upon Anish Kumar Singh to defend the motion G6. Anish Kumar Singh, who will be defending the motion. Anish Kumar Singh.
Honorable Speaker and distinguished members of this august House, we are confronted today not with a mere motion, but with a mirror to our destiny. For geography is the most uncompromising of the truths, and it has placed us around not strangers, but neighbors who will shape our fortunes whether we acknowledge them or not. Sir, to pretend that India can stride confidently into a multipolar world without acknowledging its South Asian heart is to ignore the crack in one's own roof and boast about the swimming pool in its backyard. So the lesson of history is relentless. No superpowers rose on the shifting sands of the distant friendships unless it first strengthened its foundation on the bedrock of its own region. So the United States enriched the Monroe Doctrine to command its hemisphere before it claimed its global authority. The Chinese first consolidated its periphery before unfurling the Belt and Road cross continents. So, leadership is not declared, it is demonstrated. And nothing demonstrates better when, unless the neighbors of your country unilaterally uses your currency in trade. So, the Indian rupee is already shared heartbeat of Nepal and Bhutan, increasingly the tender choice in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. And with UPI spreading as a digital bloodstream, we as the Indian citizen have this very golden opportunity to anchor this into a financial anchor of South Asia. Sir, if energy is the lifeblood of the civilization, then rupee is the pulse of the civilization, and both must flow through regional veins. And yet, Honorable Speaker, oppositions have argued that we should trust the United States of America. Sir, to weave our fortunes with a power that itself seems to be governed more by mood swing rather than national strategy or national policy is to place is in the same way to place our eggs in the basket without trusting the owner of the basket. So this is not a national strategy, it is pure gambling. So one president imposes tariffs on our steel, the other comes and lifts them up. So one president threatens us to impose tariffs if we buy oils from Iran and arms from Russia, and the other reverses them. Is this really national policy, or this is roulette? So the pandemic has shown us that when a disaster hits us, the neighbors will be coming to help us first. So it was not Washington or Brussels that put to aid, but Bhutan and Nepal sending us oxygen, and India through vaccine Maitrein helping them back. So imagine a South Asia visa regime like Sejong, where millions move freely to 8 World Heritage Sites in India, 3 in Nepal, 8 in Sri Lanka, and 3 in Bangladesh, not as foreigners, but as kin. So India aspires to be a permanent member in the United Nations Security Council. It aspires to be the voice of the Global South, but can it be really the voice of the Global South without securing its Global South Asia region? So China's veto power is not just because of its military powers, but because of its command over the East Asia region. So, to conclude my speech, I would like to remind this House of a very good quote said by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. We can choose our friends, not our neighbors. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Stay for a while still. Will there be any question? Anybody from the audience? Yes, you come forward. No supplementary will be allowed. Only the question.
strategy to first establish India as a dominant global power, which will subsequently follow up in South Asia also, rather than trying to build from the bottom up, considering that the region we are talking about is fragmented and volatile in itself. So I'm Tamanna from IPCW College, Delhi University.
So as our Prime Minister has said, कि आपदा को अवसर में बदलिए. This is our golden opportunity. If we can show the world that we can solve our issues that are at our hand right now regarding our nations, then only we can be the voice of the global South in the United Nations Security Council or any other international forum region. Thank you.
Now I call upon Rituparna Baruah from the opposition bench to oppose the motion. Rituparna Baruah, Z4. Rituparna Baruah.
Hello. Good morning, Honorable Speaker, sir, and to the august gathering here. Today I take my firm stand here to oppose the opinion which the House proposes that India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. Honorable Speaker, sir, it just shows that how weak today's motion is when the mover themselves have failed to propose the bill in the House today. Speaker, sir, there is a saying in ancient Indian wisdom that is, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. So, Speaker, sir, I question the members of the Treasury bench. If the entire world is one family, then why shall our nation only limit itself to the South Asian neighborhood, Speaker, sir? Shall we not consider becoming the true global leader? Because the values and beliefs of our nation ever since time have been like that of the pendulum of a clock. We follow the harmonic motion like the pendulum of a clock. Our foreign policy, Speaker, sir, they tend to focus on all the nations coordinating and developing together as one and not just leaning towards one side. So I question the members of the Treasury bench, why shall we lean towards only one particular side, Speaker, sir? Because if we take a look at how the South Asian neighbors have treated us, let's take us the very recent example. When we retaliated against Pakistan following the Pahalgam attack, how many members of the SAARC nations took a stand with us, Speaker, sir? None. But the members of the Middle Eastern nations and European Union took a stand with us. This just shows that the topic which is here today proposed, that prioritizing, it should not be the main criteria. We should have good ties and diplomatic relation with our South Asian neighbors, but the priority should not be the main focus, Speaker, sir. Because in South Asia, we are already a hegemony, being one of the strongest and the biggest economies, Speaker, sir. Good military power, good diplomatic relations. So why limit ourselves? Speaker, sir, the countries of the Middle East and European Union proposed to buy our BrahMos missile following our strong display of military power, Speaker, sir. This gives us such a big opening to having allies across the 7 seas, Speaker, sir. Being members of organizations like G20, the Quad, this opens a whole sea of opportunities for us to emerge as the leading global leader in the emerging multipolar order, Speaker, sir. Diversification of strength, international allies, which should be shifted, should not only be focused on nations like Pakistan, China, because Pakistan is nothing more than the breeding ground of terrorism, cross-border wars, and all that. What is China to us, Speaker, sir? Just a friend in face. They keep on smiling, but also continue to claim Arunachal Pradesh of ours as their own, Speaker, sir. They refer to Pakistan as their island-clad friend. Countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, aided by India so many times over the years, still continue to be on China's side because of their funding, Speaker, sir. Is this the neighborhood which we choose to focus on? Absolutely not, Speaker, sir. This should not limit our goals, because we as a nation want to emerge as the Vishwa Guru, Speaker, sir, the Vishwa Guru, and not the South Asian Guru. So, Speaker, sir, I would like to now highlight that these points have been laid into focus considering our foreign policies, which were neighborhood first, but gradually they moved on because seeing that There have been no efforts. We have made so many attempts to have good ties with these nations, but Indo-Pak wars, Indo-China wars, this won't let us grow. Why waste our resources on just being constricted to this neighborhood, sir? Let's aim for bigger, and let's aim for a global leader position and establish ourselves as the true leader in the emerging multipolar order, Speaker, sir. With that being said, I would like to conclude with a slok from the Rig Veda that ekot ham bahushyam. Let the one become many. Why only focus on one neighborhood when we can concentrate on the entire world and build ourselves as the true leader in the upcoming multipolar global order? With this, I rest my case and not my cause and strictly stand against the motion. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Question with introduction, but without any supplementary. Please come forward. Yes.
So you talked about limited self. You talked about you talked about world is our family. You talked about why do we have to live in one particular side. But I want to tell you, the motion says prioritizing. That says that we have to put it on the table. The motion never said that we have to ignore Japan, US, or any such thing. So why are you saying that we have to lean on just one side?
With due permission of Speaker, sir, I would like to answer. I mentioned that I told that we should not be prioritizing. Consideration should be there. And US and Japan, they are not the neighbors, immediate neighbors of India, South Asia. I said the priority should not be given, but having good diplomatic ties with South Asian nations is required. And as I had mentioned, that in a family, it is not fair to be rejecting the other members in favor of only a few members. If we want to grow together as a family, that is the global world, for the multipolar order to be set in place, then we need to progress as a whole in unison and not individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Baruah. Now I call upon Monisit Kashyap from the Treasury Bench. Monisit Kashyap from the Treasury Bench to defend the motion. Monisit Kashyap.
Good morning to all. Honorable Speaker, sir, respected judges, and my esteemed colleagues. I am Anshit Kashyap of Arya Vidyapith College. Rise here to strongly speak in support of the motion, that is, India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and emerging multipolar global order. So, talking about why regional cooperation is important, there is a slok, as it was previously said by one of the opponents, that Vasudevai Kutumbakam, which was in Maha Upanishad, which speaks that the whole world is a family. So all continents and cultures have shared the same home, aspirations, and common destiny. Now, talking about the benefits that the regional cooperation has, that firstly, it has economic benefits, like it provides a massive adjacent market for Indian goods and services, which has over nearly 2 million consumers, and it helps in addressing trade barriers and promote connectivity through initiatives like BIMSTEC, SARC, SAFTA, etc. Secondly, it has also geopolitical importance, like the India's first neighborhood policy, which was initiated in 2014, which aims in building strong, mutually beneficial relationship with South Asian countries, and it also helps in providing building economic integration and regional cooperation. Thirdly, it provides an opportunity for soft power and diplomacy. Provides an opportunity for India to rise as a leading nation in the global stage, and it gives India can take the chance of to gain momentum as a proactive leader in the global stage during the times of proper disaster management and disaster management and technology transfer, etc. Now, gathering all these points, we can say that traditional alliances are like fluid, and they are continuously changing. The interests are changing. And new power centers are emerging, which thus moving away from unipolar or bipolar to a multipolar global order. So, in this multipolar global order, in order to strive in this emerging multipolar global order and to realize its strategic goals, it is very much important for India to give the hand of regional cooperation. Thus I want to just say that it is important. At last, I just want to say that let us lead India not just with power but with purpose. Since India cannot afford to be isolated in its own region, since global power structure is no longer unipolar, dominance of a single superpower is fading, and now we are witnessing the rise of several powers like Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, etc. So at last, I just want to conclude my speech, and thank you.
Will there be any interjection, any question from the public? Yes, come forward. Without supplementary and giving your introduction. Please come forward and ask quickly.
Honorable Member, you have argued that South Asia must be our priority. But how do you reconcile the fact that Pakistan has blocked every SAARC summit since 2016 and has refused to trade MFN with India? How do you prioritize a neighbor who keep Masood Azhar and actively sponsor terrorism against India itself?
Now, Pakistan, India has problem in Pakistan, but if we look at the history, India has always initiated its non-reciprocal assistance, and as we all know that to make a roof of a building, it is very much essential to first lay down the foundation. So even though we have problems, but if we initiate our hands of help, then the problems like human trafficking, piracy, or as she has said, the illegal immigration, these problems will get solved if we pay attention to this sector very seriously. So thank you.
Thank you, Kashyap. Now Mintu Deka from the opposition bench will be opposing the motion. Z3 Mintu Deka from the opposition bench.
According to Kautilya's Arthashastra, and I quote, "Your neighbor is your enemy, and your neighbor's neighbor is your friend," unquote. This is a reflection of the mandala theory, which showcases classical geopolitics and strategic outlook in South Asia. Greetings, respected Speaker, sir, and the August gathering. For a certain reason, today I am vehemently opposing this bill, which clearly states that India should prioritize its regional cooperation with our South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strength in the view of shifting international alliances and emerging multipolar global order. Respected House, my constructive argument consists in only 4 divisions, and within this stipulated time, I am going to prove in this August gathering that dropping the bill in this House, it's not a single good decision for a nation. respected Speaker, sir. My first argument is about limited economic benefits. And one of the worthy members from the Treasury have mentioned about economic benefits of India through regional cooperation with our South Asian neighbors. But I wanted to remind the worthy member from the Treasury that our South Asian neighbors have limited economic resources and infrastructure, which restricts the potential for meaningful trade and investment. According to a report published by the World Bank, South Asia's trade volume is significantly lower compared to its other regions. Respected Speaker, sir, in 2020, South Asia's merchandise trade was only 6.4% of the world's total trade. And that's why, respected Speaker, sir, focusing regional cooperation in South Asia is not a good decision for a nation. And that's why today I'm standing against the motion. Respected House, my second argument is about existing challenges. Regional cooperation in South Asia is slowed down by several challenges, including trust deficit, non-tariff barriers, and infrastructure constraints. If these challenges are not addressed or solved in respected House, India cannot be a good friend of South Asian neighbors. Respected House, my third argument is about global opportunities. According to a report published by the International Monetary Fund, that in this report, it is clearly mentioned that our South Asian neighbors, we don't have those rights and freedom that we can be a good friend of South Asian neighbors, but we believe the global trade is increasing steadily over the years, and India can benefit from this trend. In today's multipolar world, India can diversify its trade, and Honorable Speaker, so we believe if we focus in the whole topic of today's debate, we cannot find the universal system, and that's why today I'm against the motion. Respected House, I believe, according to a report published by the International Monetary Fund, the global trade has been increasing steadily over the years, and India can benefit from this trend. In today's multipolar world, India can diversify its trade and attract foreign direct investments and looking for new markets, and without depending on its South Asian neighbors. Honorable Speaker, it's possible, and that's why I'm standing today against the motion. Respected House, after hearing the worthy members from the Treasury, it reminds me a famous statement of Noam Chomsky, and he said, and I quote, "It is the responsibility of every individual to speak the truth and definitely expose the lies." Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, respected House.
Stay for a while. Will anybody ask any question? Please come forward. Please give your introduction first and then put the question.
I'm Kanan Rana from IPCW College, Delhi University. Sir, my question to you is that the report you very rightly quoted in your speech, the IMF report, the same IMF failed to, help Sri Lanka in its economic crisis, and India stepped in to help it. So when you say, you said that India cannot be a good friend to South Asia, don't you think that's a fundamental fault in your argument there?
Thank you for your question. With the permission, respected Speaker, sir, I wanted to answer the question. In my previous arguments, I clearly mentioned that according to the report published by the International Monetary Fund, the global trade has been increasing steadily over the years, and India can benefit from this trend. And today's multipolar world, India can diversify its trade and attract foreign direct investments and look for new markets without depending on its South Asian neighbors. And that's why I believe only depending on South Asian neighbors cannot be a good decision for our nation. And thank you for your question.
Thank you, Honorable Member Deka. And now I call upon Ankush Roy from the Treasury Bench to defend the motion. Ankush Roy from Treasury Bench.
Honorable Speaker, sir, Just 48 hours ago, the president of the most powerful country in the world tweets that we've lost India to the deepest, darkest China. And less than 24 hours later, he tweets again that everything is well and good with India. At this level of volatility in the global order, it is genuinely astounding to me that the members of opposition can stand here and advocate for us to not develop relations with our neighbors and instead go pursue good relations with superpowers who have not hesitated for a moment's notice in history to drop us at their convenience. A very good morning, Honorable Speaker, sir, and respected members of the House. Today, I stand before you to strongly support the motion raised in this House today. Honorable Speaker, sir, just one month ago, the President of the United States threatened India with an additional 25% tariffs because of importing oil from Russia, which hypocritically enough is something the US wanted to do as well. At this junction, the smartest thing for a nation like ours to do is to ensure that our needs are fulfilled and our energy supply is not hampered by the global drama that is unfolding every single day. And I'm glad to inform you that that is exactly what India has done. By investing billions into Bhutan's hydropower projects, it has not only ensured its access to renewable and affordable clean energy while reducing its dependencies on fossil fuels and the nations who supply it, it has also improved its relations with its neighbors. And this is not an isolated example. We've done the same with Bangladesh by improving our trade relations through the BBIN initiative and the India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline, as well as improved relations with Sri Lanka by helping them during their economic crisis in 2022. And the results are clear for everyone to see. A reduction in terrorism and improved sharing of intelligence, as well as a reduction in the trilateral agreement between these nations and an improvement of the strategic control India holds over the Indian Ocean. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, sir, I'd like to talk about the global stability that offers through this arrangement. Honorable Speaker, sir, India lies in South Asia, which has not historically been one of the most stable regions of the world and has been marred by issues like terrorism, insurgency, poverty, and climate change. At this junction, Honorable Speaker, sir, we cannot depend on nations like the US and Japan to help us and instead have to make our own alliances to support our stance. And finally, Honorable Speaker, sir, the most important point of all, that South Asia today is not an isolated collection of nations and instead depends on and instead can only raise its unified voice at junctions like the UN and G20 and can ensure equitable access to resources and funds which can help us combat the historical exploitation we've faced at the hands of the global north, including the colonialism, imperialism, as well as the consequences of the climate change that we are facing that was caused by them. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, sir, all I'd like to say is, unfortunately for the members of the opposition, I've left my rose-tinted glasses at home, and all I can say is that today at this junction, if we fail to pass this motion in this House, this will not be any less than taking a step back in India's autonomy and denying India its glorious freedom. Thank you.
Will anybody ask any question? But we want to see new interjector every time.
Hello.
Yes, come forward. Yes.
Hello. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, sir. I am Jananjay Dev from the Assam Royal Naval University, and I seek your permission to ask the question. Much obliged. I would like to ask a question to the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member generalized about the entire scenario for the motion. Now, my question revolves around the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 17/1 of 2020, which emphasized the strengthening multilateralism. How does India's focus on South Asia fits with its aspiration of a UNSC permanent seat, which requires a global corporation, not just the regional corporation?
Thank you for your question. Honorable Speaker, sir, through you like to answer. That India's stance in South Asia is that of a leader because it is the largest economy in the region. And hence, assuming the role of a leader strengthens its voice in the global deliberations and allows for it to deliberate and ask for a stronger seat in global deliberations, including a permanent seat in the UNSC deliberations. Thank you.
Just an announcement for the participants. Any form of documented material produced on the stage by the participants must be submitted to the speaker as a standard procedure, as a standard rule of the debate competition.
So thank you, Mr. Roy. Now I call upon Nisat Alam, N-E-S-H-A-T, Nisat Alam, to oppose the motion.
On the count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, sir, at the very outset, let us first understand what the motion before us actually means. This debate is not about whether India should cooperate with its South Asian neighbors. Cooperation is desirable. Nobody disputes that. The question is, should India prioritize South Asia over everything else when the world itself is being redrawn in front of our eyes? And here, Honorable Speaker, sir, the proposition benches have confused the words optimism with obligation and possibility with priority. They have flooded this house with trade numbers, cultural proximity statistics, and colorful dreams of regional unity. But let me remind them, there are 3 things more misleading than facts themselves: selective data, borrowed nostalgia, and diplomatic wishful thinking. And unfortunately, the motion before us rests on all of the 3. Now, let us be practical. Where does the electricity that lights the bulbs in the slum and power the furnaces in the factories come from? Not from Pakistan, not from Nepal, but from the crude oil shipped in from the Gulf. Where does the software that guards our IT sectors and enables UPI transactions come from? Not from Sri Lanka, but from the partnerships in Silicon Valley and Europe. Where do our farmers get fertilizers and potash from? Respected Speaker, sir, not from Afghanistan, but from Russia, Morocco, and Canada. This is the reality, Honorable Speaker, sir. Our India's lifeline lies well beyond South Asia. Now, the proposition benches have repeatedly romanticized common history and shared culture. But if culture alone could unite a region, then cricket matches between India and Pakistan would look like family picnics. Instead, we all know they look like war zones. Instead of cooperation, what do we see? Borders fenced with barbed wires, terrors exploded across frontiers, and ports mortgaged to Beijing. Leaders who say all opposition stuff against India extend a hand for Photoshop at the South Asian for regional cooperation. Is this the cooperation worth prioritizing, Speaker, sir? Seeing how it was not South Asia, but the Gulf that rescued us during the pandemic by keeping our medical supply chains and the oil flowing. Seeing how it is the Middle East that hosts 9 million Indians, sending over 50 billion every year, combining the trade of entire South Asia that India does. Seeing how our space missions like Chandrayaan and Gaganyaan were not sponsored by SARC, but on collaboration with NASA and ESA. Seeing how our IT sectors, they strive off of Silicon Valley, not Kathmandu and Karachi. Seeing how our global coalitions like the Quad and the BRICS give India a real voice in shaping the new India. And sir, seeing how our SARC summits collapse right before our eyes, Bhutan cannot power our grid. Nepal cannot fund our startups, and Pakistan cannot build our semiconductor, Speaker, sir. Hence, I oppose this motion very firmly. Let's address the elephant in the room, China. Every neighbor praised by the proposition is already waltzing with Beijing. Highways on loans, ports on lease, fighter jets on credits. Why should India prioritize cooperation with countries that treat us like an ATM and treat China as the guest of honor? In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, sir, India will certainly cooperate with its neighbors. No question. But prioritization is a matter of trade-offs. To put South Asia above the Gulf, above the Indo-Pacific, and above the West, it's like to confuse sentimentality with strategy. India must act not as a prisoner of her neighborhood, but as the leader of the world. And therefore, I say, India must not look outward, but to rise upward. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Stay for a while. Yes, come forward. But you have asked once already, we want to see new interjector each time. Yes, come forward. give your introduction first and then.
My name is Kuldeep. Should I say the college name? No. Oh yeah, the question. So ma'am, you made I'm just quoting you. You say that India's lifelines are beyond South Asia. I want to ask, do you address the fact that India's death lines, threat lines are actually in South Asia, with China countering the whole region with string of pearl strategy, getting all those ports, the naval dockyards. If India has to be threatened, the missiles are not going to come from US, but they're going to come from Bangladesh ports or the ports of Pakistan. So how do you see this thing? The death lines are in South Asia.
Speaker sir, I have your permission. So let's say India's slogan is Atmanirbhar Bharat, not Atma Bandhan South Asia. The fact that we have helped Maldives when they had climate change, we were there to help Bhutan and Nepal when they had crisis. We were there reaching out for every South Asian country, all that we could do. If cooperation has to be done, it cannot be one-handed, respected sir. It has to be from both sides. We did everything we could. In return, what do we see? They give their loans, Hanbata loans, out to Beijing. They export missiles out to Beijing, and we still stand here waiting for them to finally cooperate. No, sir, all we have to do is finally move outwards and not inwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Alam. And now I call upon Ishan Kolita to defend the motion. Ishan Kolita.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, respected judges, and my worthy opponents. I'm Ishan Kolita, today strongly supporting the motion that India should prioritize regional cooperation with our South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. So, first of all, picture a tree trying to grow when its roots are so weak. Can it survive the storm? No, right? Similarly, India cannot become a global power unless its very roots, its South Asian neighbors, remains unstable. In today's shifting world order, our first duty, our first priority should be that we should strengthen its roots through regional cooperation. Only then India can rise tall and unshakable on the global stage. And first and foremost, the world today is multipolar. Power is no longer divided. Power is no longer concentrated in one superpower, but shared among many, like China, Russia, the EU, UN, and rising powers like India. In 2023, BRICS nations, including India, accounted for nearly 30% of world total GDP. And without a stable South Asia, India's global influence will always be hampered. Here, regional solidarity is the only key. And actually, South Asia is not just a geographical neighborhood. It's a shared family of culture, tradition, trade routes, rivers, and whatnot. And can you imagine what we could achieve if we turn our diversities into strengths? Imagine Bhutan's hydropower lightning Indian homes, Bangladesh textiles entering Indian markets, Sri Lanka's ports supporting regional trade, Nepal's tourism flourishing with Indian support, and India's informational technology connecting the whole region digitally. And actually, it is not a dream, because in 2022, India-Bangladesh trade reached valuation of $18 billion, that is nearly about 16 lakhs crore. Can you imagine how big the amount is? And it is reflecting that cooperation works and holds immense potential. Now, some may argue that India should cooperate with global powers like US, EU, Japan, instead of focusing or wasting powers with weaker South Asian neighbors. But here I want to ask you one question. Can a house with shaky foundation support a tall roof? No, right? Similarly, without peace and prosperity in our own region, India's global ambition may never come true. It will just rest on the fragile ground. we secure our country's future through following this. Actually, global ambition is not something that India could actually afford by isolating itself and just resting on the fragile ground. They may also highlight hostility from our neighbors, pointing to Pakistan. But hostility is exactly why we need cooperation. Once, look at the Europe, once which was divided by wars and crisis, but today, European Union is a bloc of peace and prosperity. So why should South Asia be any different? We can follow that path too, can't we? Some may argue that weaker economies will drag India down, but history shows the opposite, exactly opposite. A richer Bangladesh becomes a greater market for India. A stable Nepal reduces migration pressure, and a peaceful Sri Lanka ensures safer trade routes. By helping our neighbors, we are not committing any crime. We are securing our country's future. And in conclusion, I firmly believe that India cannot rise alone. In a newly emerging multipolar world, cooperation with our South Asian neighbors is not just a choice, it's a necessity. It strengthens our security, boosts our economy, and ensures that Indian leadership is built on trust, not domination. Thank you.
Stay for a while, stay for a while. Any question? Yes. I think you have asked once. No, we want to see new interjector each time. Yes, you come forward.
Good morning, sir. My name is Tanmay Baruah. I'm from Cotton University itself. Sir, as you have mentioned in the starting of your speech that India have to strong its roots before compete with the international powers, right? So I want to quote one thing that India have always been accused on interfering in our Nepal constitutional matter, okay? And 2015 constitutional blockade was one such example. How would you like to justify this?
Actually, I would like to say that we should be careful towards those incidents and get some teachings from that also. But I want to say you just one thing, that we need to just build up our roots. And I'm not saying that we should forget about what happened in the past. I'm just saying that we should be much careful for what will happen and what we will do. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kolita. So now I call upon Bishal Sharma to oppose the motion. Bishal Sharma will be opposing the motion.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and the respected members of the Parliament. I would like to oppose today's proposed bill and remove a stand of the opinion that India should prioritize regional coordination with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international relations and alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. I oppose this not only as a member of the opposition bands, but also as a responsible citizen of my country. First of all, I would like to state that how beautifully the respected members of the Treasury has crafted today's bill with three angles. First one is the strength, second one is the regional cooperation, and thirdly, directly coming to the multipolar global order. All this just to divert the Parliament in the direction of unparalleled dignity. Everyone, including the respected members of the Treasury, knows very well that our country and its diplomacy are at constant failures. We have seen in the recent trends that how we are failing in diplomats. Honorable Speaker, sir, the fact that the Treasury is hiding that what type of relations we are currently having with other countries. Bilateral relations are of two cases. First one, two countries coming together and building relations for military and business. And second one is a weaker country goes to a stronger country and build relations with them. And in this case of our country is serving as a weaker in here. Honorable Speaker, sir, the same members of the Treasury were stating the facts few days back that our country is going to ban Chinese products, and after rigorous failures of 5 years of building relations with the US, we have seen that we are relying on China, that nation that have constantly interfering the international border laws with us in XLIII and at Arunachal Pradesh. Honorable Speaker, sir, 52% of the international debt of Sri Lanka is under China's debt, and we are trusting them that we are trusting the president of Sri Lanka that on the word of mouth that they are going to be neutral with us. This is completely baseless, Honorable Speaker, sir. I want to state that point that if India is going to be running on in this matter, then we are definitely going to fail in the geopolitical stance as well. Honorable Speaker, sir, coming to the geopolitical stance, we hold no polarity, as we have seen nothing except some Instagram reels with some fancy background music, and the output is always zero. It's not even a joke, as we have seen that India is trying to build 5 years of rigorous attempt to build relations with the US, but now we are relying on China in this case. Now, why I have mentioned China here, the Treasury may ask, as with the most of the countries we are going to talk today, the South Asian countries are completely relying on countries like China and USA, and they are definitely not going to prioritize us, as we are not, as our economy is failing, as our currency is failing, and the Treasury, instead of prioritizing internal relations, the Treasury is more prioritizing the external affairs, and hence we are failing as an economy, and we are failing in this case. And hence, Honorable Speaker, sir, this bill is clearly a curtain to hide all the blunders made by the Treasury, and hence I would like to request you to terminate this bill. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Stay for a while. Anybody? Yes, come forward.
Sir, as you have mentioned in your speech that India always, the output is zero, it is also always based on Instagram reels. Then, what about Operation Cactus in 1988? India saved Maldives from a coup attempt in less than 24 hours. How would you like to justify this?
With due respect, speakers. Okay, so as you have mentioned Maldives, I want to state that what we got in lieu of that, Maldives getting under debt of China, and now they are, and as we have seen last year what Maldives did to us. Same goes with every country. We are not getting prioritized in front of those countries, and we are not getting prioritized in the geopolitical scenario. We are just creating a bubble to know the public that we are at the top, but actually the reality is completely different. And let it be Maldives, let it be Bhutan, what we have seen is always betrayal. So building relations is good, but what we get in lieu of that is also important. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Sharma. Now I call upon Bhabahindhu Borthakur. Bhabahindhu Borthakur from the Treasury bench.
There are no permanent friends or permanent enemies, just permanent interests. In an anarchic international order, the states are guided by self-interest, and India should also focus on its own self-interest and develop ties with nations that benefit its growth, especially with the neighboring nations of South Asia. Today, this bill addresses exactly that, and hence I stand in complete support of today's motion. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and the August gathering. Honorable Speaker, within my allotted time, I would like to draw 3 aspects which this bill focuses on. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, some worthy members of the opposition have put doubtful remarks whether India would benefit from regional cooperation with its South Asian neighbors. But I would like to remind the worthy members of the opposition that in a fluid multipolar world, India's greatest force multiplier is its own neighborhood. Yes, South Asia is one of the least integrated regions of the world, with only 5% of intra-regional regional trade taking place, compared that to 25% in the ASEAN. But the Asian Development Bank in one of its report estimated that with proper inter-regional trade, the annual agricultural exports can reach from $8 billion per year to $22 billion per year, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, deepening regional ties with our South Asian neighbors will pay off immediate benefits in terms of trade, energy security, and strategic stability. Honorable Speaker, if India wants to become a dominant player in the Indian Ocean region, then India have to, which handles 75% of the world's maritime trade and 50% of the world's global oil supply, then India have to form deeper ties with its maritime neighbors such as Sri Lanka and Maldives and counter China's string of pearls and promote India's own Project Sagarmala and strategic visions like Vision Sagar in the Indian Ocean region. Honorable Speaker, being from the Northeast, I stand in complete support of today's motion because our region have been historically landlocked and one of the underdeveloped regions of India. Therefore, with new opportunities coming from Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal, our people from Northeast can get access to new markets and port facilities. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we have to understand that how will India develop better ties with its South Asian neighbors? Joseph Nye, an international relations scholar, have said that soft power is the ability to get what you want through attraction rather than coercion or payments. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, India can use its soft power and diplomacy to foster deeper ties with its South Asian neighbors and people-to-people connection. For example, Honorable Speaker, Buddhism originated in India. India can use Buddhist diplomacy to tie with its neighboring South Asian nations where Buddhism is dominant and foster cultural and spiritual ties. Moreover, Honorable Speaker, many researches have been conducted in the field of diplomacy. And one such research article was published in the Asian Affairs Journal in 2025 named as Betting for Relations, Cricket Potential in India-Nepal Ties by one of the research scholars of Guwahati University from the Department of Political Science, Suman Kumar Das, where he clearly stated that cricket can be used as a medium of tool to develop better ties between India and Nepal because currently India and Nepal relations are broken due to political mistrust and China's influence in Nepal. And my third and last argument, Honorable Speaker, in the shifting alliances and in this global multipolar order, we can see trust deficit taking place in South Asia, which is leading to growth deficit. Therefore, if India can address the trust deficit, it will be the fastest way in which India can create more markets and jobs. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, at last I would request the worthy members of the opposition to join us and help pass today's motion. Because, Honorable Speaker, it is in our hands that we think for our future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the August House.
Stay for a while. Any question? Any question? Come forward.
Greetings, sir. My name is Jeet Pathak, and I am a student of Cotton University itself. In your opening statement, you said that India should prioritize self-interest. Then how India will uphold the ideals like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam when India cannot even aid its South Asian neighborhood?
With due permission of Honorable Speaker, I'd like to answer that question. When you say about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we say the world is one family. We basically refer to the international arena, and even the countries of South Asia also comes under the international arena when we talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Therefore, if we start from regionally, only then, if India becomes a superpower, it can dominate globally. Therefore, India must exert its dominance both regionally and globally. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the House. With due permission, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to submit the reports.
Thank you, Honorable Member Borthakur. Now I call upon Obhipsa Kolita from the opposition bench.
Hello, hello. In 2020, India inaugurated a new road to Lipulekh Pass, a key route to Kailash Mansarovar.
Nepal objected, claiming the territory as its own, and published a new political map incorporating the disputed area. This map was backed by China, whose influence in Nepal has expanded through infrastructure projects and debt diplomacy. Nepal's alignment with India was thus significantly undermined despite decades of open borders and military cooperation, and India suddenly found itself isolated in a bilateral dispute where its own natural ally had turned adversarial. In 2015, the BBIN sub-regional grouping was created to promote connectivity and economic integration among Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal. All four countries signed the BBIN Motor Vehicles Agreement, aiming for seamless cross-border movement. However, in 2016, Bhutan's upper house rejected it, citing various concerns. This stalled the entire MVA, even though the other three countries were ready to proceed, because Bhutan faced domestic political pressures and lobbying from China-friendly interests. And all of us are not unknown to how the SAARC initiative has been paralyzed by India-Pakistan hostilities. And these failures, as the speaker person, reveals nothing but the fragility of South Asian regional cooperation. Greetings to the Honorable Speaker and the August House. Today I take my stand here in vehement opposition to the presented bill, which states that India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. Respected House, when we talk about shifting international alliances, we must understand that new security partnerships such as the AUKUS, which is Australia, UK, US, and I2U2, which is India, Israel, UAE, and US, show that alliances are now becoming issue-based and strategic, not just regional or ideological. Further, India is strengthening and deepening ties with the US, France, Japan, and is a part of Quad and I2U2 while staying in BRICS and SCO, showing multi-alignment, not regional dependence. Secondly, diverse trade networks is a key component in strengthening any country in an emerging multipolar global order. India's bilateral trade with the US, which is India's largest trading partner, was over $200 billion in 2023-24, alongside over $20 billion in defense deals in the past 15 years, including Apache helicopters, Predator drones, and GE fighter jet tech engines. In 2023, France emerged as the second largest arms importer of India, with 33% of India's total arms imports. In contrast, India's trade with the SAARC countries was only under $25 billion in 2023, while India's trade with the US alone far exceeds that figure, showcasing how India should prioritize clear strategic and economic global partnerships rather than the regional ones. Thirdly, South Asian countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka are now incorporating a look west policy as international alliances shift from being focused on a connectivity lens to a security lens. Further, various South Asian countries have also adopted a hedging policy, which refers to the strategic approach where a country avoids aligning fully with any single power or bloc, rather focuses on flexible, diversified relationships with multiple major powers. Thus, respected speaker person, in such a diverse and fragmented geopolitical scenario, can the worthy members of the proposition really claim that India should prioritize regional cooperation while most of its South Asian neighbors are clearly looking west? Respected speaker person, I believe the worthy members of the Treasury are so busy staring at the stars that they have failed to acknowledge the cracks in the pavement beneath their feet. In their excessive focus on prioritizing on regional cooperation, they seem to be ignoring critical issues such as the implementation of para-diplomacy in Northeast India, the development and promotion of India's soft culture, soft power, and the development of human capital within their own country, areas that are truly essential for India to emerge as a resilient and effective power in an emerging multipolar global order. Finally, if even after saying all this, the worthy members of the proposition still continue to remain adamant to their facts, then I would just like to conclude by saying that it is difficult to win an argument with a smart person, but it is almost impossible to win an argument with a person who is merely pretending to be smart. Thank you so much.
Stay for a while. Yes, come forward. Yes, yes. He will be asking.
So my question is, as you have talked about having global partnership with countries of US and other Western European nations, but recently Donald Trump 48 hours ago have said that India have gone dead and gone to the hands of China, and even US is reluctant in supplying jet engines for our Tejas aircraft. So in that regard, how can you say we can rely on such a Western partner who is unwilling to provide us with strategic weapons and ammunitions at a time when we really need that?
Thank you so much. With due permission of the speaker, I would like to answer that. As you have talked how US has not helped us in supplying arms and ammunition, I would like to answer that by quoting the 19th British Prime Minister, Lord Palmerston, who said that no nations have a permanent friends or permanent enemies, but only permanent interests. And in such a scenario, it is only fair for India to try and maintain strategic global partnerships instead of focusing all its energy on regional cooperation that have historically found to be faltered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member Kolita. Now, I call upon Nikhil Maheshwari to defend the motion. Nikhil Maheshwari.
Nikhil Maheshwari, KC Das Commerce College, will be speaking for the motion. Honorable Speaker, sir, alone we go fast, together we go far. In this age of structured supply chain and shifting alliance, this is not just a proverb, but it's a policy. Honorable Speaker, sir, when we look at this today's motion, we can feel that it's why it is important choosing realism and idealism. It's about choosing or securing India's priority, resilience, and autonomic strategy during this rapidly transforming world. Honorable Speaker, sir, if we see about India's foreign policy, we can clearly see that how India is prioritizing regional cooperation. India's neighborhood first approach has already deepened the physical, digital, and people-to-people connectivity in the neighborhood states like Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, Myanmar. And even the Act East policy has also been established to make or to strengthen the strategies and economic ties between the Eastern or Southeastern Asia. Honorable Speaker, sir, that's why today I stand here supporting the motion, and I will be proving in this house with this speech-related time period why the bill should pass today with 3 important points. Honorable Speaker, sir, when I talk about economic, I remember that one of the members from the opposition told about that India or the neighboring state doesn't have economy or doesn't have a limited economy. But let me remind them about the India's trade with Asia that has crossed the $130 billion till date. Honorable Speaker, sir, Indonesia is one of the largest suppliers of energy in India. While countries like Vietnam and Thailand are the major suppliers of electronic and manufacturing hub that complements the India's growth in IT and development sector. Honorable Speaker, sir, neighborhood and sub-regional platforms like BIMSTEC and BBIN has another layer of resilience. They had allow us to make energy grids, transport corridors, and connect supply chain through the Bay of Bengal. So during any time of pandemic, any crisis or anything, even the COVID-19, we can help or we can get the energy, logistic, or food, whatever we want. Honorable Speaker, sir, my second point is about security architecture. Honorable Speaker, sir, if because of the security architecture, our India has already made the Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, embodies about the principle that is announced in 2015. Honorable Speaker, our India has already been partnered with the neighborhood islands because for the coastal radar system, joint patrol, and swift disaster response operation. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the Southern Asia part, we can easily see that during any cyclone or any earthquake, our India is the first responder, which directly shows that security is about resilience and not dominance. Honorable Speaker, sir, if we see at the last part of today's motion, it's about multipolarity. Honorable Speaker, sir, to have a multipolarity, flexibility is one of the most important things. Prioritizing regional cooperation is not turning inward. It's about multiple regions crossing Asia so that no nation can feel the or make India a hostage. Honorable Speaker, sir, projects like India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor that was launched in G20 summit has connected us to the westward of Gulf and Europe, while our Act East policy has also connected us to the South and East Asia, and also with the BIMSTEC Bay of Bengal initiative. This corridor ensures that alternative routes have been present with India right now at this point of time. Honorable Speaker, sir, at the end, I just want to conclude my speech with saying that India rise to great power that will not come from distant choosing. Because whenever a crisis happens in India, even if I talk about the Nepal struggles, there were no regional or there were no alliances that were far from, like there were no US, no Europe that helped to came India, but it were the neighborhood countries that helped to India. So during any crisis, neighborhood countries are the ones who always comes forward to help and that's why the prioritizing is important. And unfortunately for the opposition bench, but fortunately for the sake of this house, I want the bill should be passed today in the favor of this house. With this, thank you so much.
Stay for a while. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your due permission, I would like to ask a question. My name is Agastya Kaishap from JB Law College. So in your speech, you have clearly mentioned that you want this bill to get passed in this house. So that means you have an intention of making this bill into a legislation. But at the same time, why haven't you clarified that how we are going to operate this bill into a legislation? And if you do not have any intention of making it a legislation, then why this motion have been raised in the form of a bill and not in the form of a resolution under Lok Sabha Rule 170?
Honorable Speaker, sir, I think that I don't want to reply to this question because it's a factual error from my side, and I don't want to answer something in this house that is very irrelevant and make the things or make the whole house go in a different way. With this, sir, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Maheshwari. Now I call upon Jananjoy Dev to oppose the motion. Jananjoy Dev.
Hello. Hello. Honorable Speaker, sir, when I stand in this moment in the House of the Opposition opposing the entire statement, I quite remember the moment. We are in this debate where the mover of the House forgot to submit the bill to Honorable Speaker, sir. We are in a debate where the entire more than 3 members of the proposition starts with a good morning post 12. We are in a debate where 3 members of the proposition mentions about the People's Republic of China in the context when we are talking about the South Asian country. We are in a debate where the members of proposition are not even aware that what are the countries which comes under South Asia. We are in a debate where the members of proposition, they themselves are confused about the fact they have presented in this house. Honorable Speaker, sir, for that particular reason, today I stand here strongly opposing the entire motion which have been presented. Today I have a metaphorical coin in my hand. And if we keep on polishing this coin again and again and again, there is still a 50% probability of getting that unshined part. And the members of proposition have keep on shining this coin with their fake manipulation skills and rhetorics. But today I am embarked on my journey to present the unshined part, that is the path of truth and wisdom. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is very important that we ask few questions. Today I stand here to ask a question. A worthy member of the proposition clearly highlighted about a very important context. Can't we trust Pakistan? Today I have a question. Can't we trust Pakistan the moment more than 40 BSF Jawans were martyred in Uri? Can we trust Pakistan when our entire air base in the Pathankot were being attacked by Pakistan? Can we trust Pakistan the moment when our brave soldiers were killed in the region of Uri? Can we trust Pakistan? Today I pose a question to the entire members of the proposition. Can we trust these countries? Can we trust a country wherein the entire parliament of Nepal, the parliament of Maldives, in the parliament of the multiple countries which have been mentioned in the South Asia, where there have been anti-India rhetorics being highlighted in the entire statement? Can we trust those countries? Can we trust those countries with whom we are facing the Rohingya crisis? Can we trust a country when the 1971 war of the liberation of Bangladesh, in the entire time there have been multiple attacks who have been given on our grounds? Can we trust a country in the entire scenario? Can we trust a country who themselves are not finally secured? Can we trust a country who themselves are not secured of the position which they hold in the entire global context? Can we trust a country? Now, apart from that, worthy member of the proposition, they presented the bill, but they completely forgot to explain the entire motion. What do they actually mean by regional cooperation? What do actually they mean by South Asian neighborhood? To what degree are we trusting our diplomatic ties with the other countries? To what degree are we reflecting to our policies of the non-alignment into the multiple countries? To what degree are we talking about the shifting global international alliances? To what degree are we talking about the multipolar global order, the shifting global order? And all these answers are being answered. All of this and none of the answers have been given in the entire context. And even after stating all the statements, we'll still find the members of proposition coming here with their facts and figures, trying to manipulate the entire house with their fake beliefs. But it just reminds me of a very important fact, how their fake facts and figures and rhetorics quite resembles to a drunken man. Just like a drunken man uses a lamppost more for support than actual light. With this, though I rest my case, but definitely not my cause. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, August Gathering.
Stay for a while. Anybody? Yes, you come, you. No. You come, you, yes. Wearing kurta, gentleman with wearing kurta. Yes, you can ask.
Sir, as you have mentioned in the starting of your speech, then how can we trust Pakistan? Sir, I want to quote one thing that in the Gujarat earthquake in 2001, after a devastating earthquake in Gujarat, then President Pervez Musharraf sent a relief aid to India, including tents, blankets, and medicine. How can we say that we cannot trust Pakistan? Because if we'll start a war with any country, it will never end. So we have to create a good tie with countries like Pakistan. How can you say that we cannot trust Pakistan in upcoming years or like in the present scenario? How can you justify this?
Definitely, sir. I seek the permission of Honorable Speaker, sir, to answer the question. Much obliged. Now, sir, just imagine the moment I have a glass in my hand, a cup of glass, and I threw it in the podium. You'll find all the pieces are shattered and it's broken. Now I go to that glass, I try to take a sellotape and I try to rebuild it. Similarly, when you mentioned about the Gujarat earthquake, Pakistan did the same scenario. First, with this war of terrorism, he broke that glass. Later on, we bring bandages to try the entire glass. But we have to understand a very important fact. That glass which have been broken, there might be bandages applied to the entire glass and we might get a structure of that glass again, but it will have that broken pieces which reflects on the wars, on the wounds which have been given by the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, August Gathering.
Thank you, Mr. Deb. Thank you, Mr. Deb. Now, Kanon Rana will be defending the motion. Kanon Rana. Kanon Rana.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, judges, and my worthy opponents. Today, as I stand on this land that has given us many great leaders, as I stand on this land that has shaped our Indian foreign policy, I strongly support the motion. When we talk about India, it is imperative to emphasize on the fact that if India wants to be a global power, it needs to strengthen its foundations in South Asia. Let's talk about facts. South Asia accounts for about 25% of the world population. It also generates $4.3 trillion of GDP. Viewing the interchanging international alliances and the rise of a multipolar order, ignoring our neighbors would not be a missed opportunity, but a strategic error on our part. Do we really need a vulnerable and authoritative region which is completely taken over by a bully? Or do we need a stable and a cooperative region? China, its string of pearl strategy, border aggression, and its debt trap diplomacy. Honorable Speaker, sir, China does not require a soldier on its borders when they own your ports, when they control your supply chains, and when they fund your budget debts. India does not impose. India wants democracy and diplomacy. It does not want a region of dictatorship. Now, all of us have been talking about trade, we've been talking about defense, but I think the House has largely failed to recognize and tap into the other important aspects of the agenda, which would be that the South Asian region is largely prone to a lot of rising sea levels and floods. Owing to this, owing to climate action and owing to climate change, owing to the fact that nobody has spoken about this, India should put forward or strengthen an existing disaster management mechanism using its space resources or its research resources. And this would be an inevitable reason for cooperation, because this is a problem that the region as collectively we all face in South Asia. Next, when we talk about our neighbors do know that in times of need, when we talk about COVID-19 pandemic, vaccines were delivered to the ones who wanted it. When we talk about wars, we are always there for aid, whether we talk about Afghanistan or we talk about Sri Lanka, where even IMF failed to enter and aid there. So our neighbors ultimately know that we are able to achieve diplomacy at a level where no other nation has been able to do it. Another fact that in times of need, India is always there. The other important fact that I would like to stress is that regional cooperation should not wait for political scenarios to catch up to it. If temporary resentments would be the sole reason for us to not have regional cooperation, then USA would not have been able to form, or the European Union would have collapsed the moment it would have formed. As in the case of the countries who are not willing to cooperate, we very well know how to rebuild and not retreat. And our initiatives like the BIMSTEC and the other agreements and trade agreements that we've signed have also shown that small and executionable efforts are also something that we definitely require right now that go a long way. Another fact that I want to highlight, with your due respect, Speaker Sir, is that I think I would like to pose a question to the opposition that what do you actually want? Do you want India to step back and let China decide the future or rewrite the future of South Asia? Because that's what we will see. And let's see how that comes across for us, for our security of our nation. I believe that the opposition has misread the entire point of the debate and misread the agenda in general. We are not debating whether South Asia is a mess. We know that it is. We are debating whether or not India, acknowledging the fact that it is a mess, has the vision or the courage to lead. With that, I would like to conclude by saying that we strongly stand with India and we strongly stand with South Asia, and we do not see South Asian neighbors as our liabilities, but we wish to cooperate with them in trust-building efforts. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Stay for a while, yes. Come.
Hello. Sir, myself, Jananjay Dev from the Assam Royal Global University. I would like to ask this question. Now, when we look into the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where India is already a member, already provides a multipolar platform, including the Central Asia, why should India double down on South Asia instead of investing more on SCO or BRICS, which are already checking the multipolarity?
Sir, I don't see how your question is relevant to my speech. Could you rephrase it?
Now, you highlighted about when we look into the...
There will be no supplementary question, only one question, straight question one. Okay.
Can I rephrase?
Yes, okay.
Now, when we look into the entire context, India is already part of the SCO and the BRICS. Now, instead of investing more into this corporation, why should we look into a subordinate that is the only a particular section, that is the Southeast Asia?
South Asia, I believe
Yes,
you want to
definitely.
say South Asia. So, sir, it is important to acknowledge the fact that if we wish to rise as a global power, we also need to strengthen our securing region. No global power has been able to rise. If we talk about US has acquired the America, the China has acquired the Southeast Asia. So they kind of have a dominance over their area. That is why we should encourage diplomacy and should encourage regional cooperation with our South Asian neighbors, because I believe that that would be our part to becoming a global power.
Thank you, Honorable Member Rana. Now I call upon Bhaswati Borkotoki to oppose the motion. Bhaswati Borkotoki.
In Nepal parliament, anti-Indian discussion is being held. When a political party in Maldives win election only by using anti-Indian slogans. When an Indian cricket team loses match, the Bangladesh public come out on the street to celebrate. Indian diplomacy is on that verge that Indian agency can never expect accurate intel from their neighboring countries. But still few honorable members from the proposition nevertheless expect to strengthen India's position by alliance with South Asian neighborhood. Greetings, Honorable Speaker Person and respected House. Speaker Person, according to External Minister S. Jaishankar, it is the duty of India to become the voice of Global South. But India still does not have a permanent seat in UN Security Council despite of its consistent efforts in advocating reform to make changes in the Security Council. Are we Indians just satisfied by holding G20 summits or by competing with Pakistan? Or should the definition of a strong nation should be redefined for us Indian? This is the question I put into this House. Speaker Person, now I'd like to move to my constructive arguments. My first argument is of South Asian neighborhood. Firstly, Pakistan, considered as the architect of terror, triggered by the Pahalgam attack, killing 26, and dragged India to the worst end-drop since 2016. Moreover, it gifted China a strategic corridor, namely China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, worth rupees $68 billion. A nation that sells sovereignty and violate India's territorial integrity and cannot be India's friend. Moreover, Bangladesh, where its own prime minister was forced to flee the nation and took shelter in India due to political turmoil. How can we consider such nation as a worthy for India's priority where its own leadership is insecure? Thirdly, Myanmar, no more exception, where democracy was overthrown, a military junta ruling, and India's Kaladan multimodal project worth rupees 2,400 0.4 crore stuck in limbo. How will India consider such instability? Speaker Person, now I'd like to move to my second argument, that is the need of international alliance. When US import 50% tariff on Indian export, it was not Nepal or Bangladesh that came out to rescue. It was Russia that provided India with cheaper energy and trade opportunities. Moreover, supplying over 35% of India's crude oil in 2023 and 24. Secondly, Israel is just not India's partner, but it is India's lifeline. It is a third largest defense supplier for India, providing us with drones, Barak missile, and many more. Moreover, India's Foreign Intelligence Agency and Mossad, Israel Intelligence Agency, work together against terrorism corruptions in Europe and Middle East. Speaker, sir, this is global diplomacy at work that is powerful, productive, and protective. Coming to the last point, that is France. It is India's strategic anchor, which is providing us with nuclear technology, then most importantly consisting of UN security veto power. If in any scenario, if China imposes ban or sanction on India, then France acts as India's shield. Speaker, sir, this is not opportunities, but these are essentials. Speaker Person, as I move toward my conclusion now, I would like to remind the House that South Asian neighborhood had always cost India's blood and trust. The real thorn of power lies in global alliance. Thank you, Speaker Person. Thank you, House.
Yes, come.
My name is Chandra Baruah. I am from Dorong College. So, as ma'am, as you mentioned, that in countries like Bangladesh, where the president has to flee and escape in India, find shelter in India with no strong base for themselves, how are we going to work with them? So, I would like you to question that, as members of the opposition bench have already said that no one is a permanent friend or permanent enemy. Everyone is a friend of interest. So, in that moment of time, do we just accept this fact and just find our way out of Bangladesh, or do we give it a welcome to welcome to China, or we just work together to build South Asia as a whole, or we just think that we have to grow without our South Asian countries not letting to grow? So I would like to ask that if we do that, we might give China the welcome to feel. So what's your view on that?
With the permission from speaker person. Thank you, ma'am, for your question. As I have already mentioned that South Asian neighborhood has always cost India blood and trust, then how can we trust our neighboring countries where we always face problems? In spite, if we go for global allies, then it will be more powerful for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Borkotaki. And now I call upon Anjali Maroli to defend the motion.
Mardi. Yes. Start. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, sir, and the August House. Listening to the generalized arguments by the members of the opposition, I wonder if the opposition have clearly failed to understand the depth of this motion. While the opposition's utopian pursuit only drifts and limits us to the global alliances, let me humbly remind them that the European Union and erstwhile USSR thrived only on regional integration. Therefore, on this note, and with the vision of Gujarat Doctrine as the motion laid, I stand in firm support of it, which I believe is the pathway to establish India in the emerging order. Speaker, sir, now I would like to present a nuanced and constructive analysis of why this motion is the need of the hour. Beginning with fiscal policy. While fiscal trade can be seen as the root of every warfare today, countries like Germany could counter Trump's tariffs only because it had the backing of European Union. Fostering why India need to regionally and economically cooperate with South Asia via trade through the neighborhood first policy that would integrate the region into an economic hub, where not just goods would be cheaper, but also enable to cater our cleaner energy supplies from the countries like Nepal and Bhutan. Further, the proposed R5 currency framework would help us gradually curb the dollar's hegemony and lay the foundation of making India the world's largest economy and the Vishwa Mahat. Secondly, Speaker, sir, with the diversification of international order, we see examples of culture-integrated alliances like the Arab League and Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance, thereby providing South Asia with a leverage wherein our traditions of yoga, Vedic philosophy and Buddhist culture are already on boom, which when integrated into a unified cultural display will establish South Asia as a soft power, which when complemented with a hard power and smart power will make us an epitome of unity, resilience and civilizational strength. Speaker, sir, now coming to the issue which was raised by a member of opposition of China's deliberate attempt to dominate the region via debt traps, Belt and Road Initiative, and also the influences to BRICS and SCO, to you I would like to humbly remind them that the government to reforms in neighborhood first policy must focus in the capacity building of the neighborhood countries, whereby investment in cross-border infrastructure, connectivity-related areas, economic openness, and effective initiatives will not only help us counter China, but establish sovereignty in the region with India as a stable and reliable leader, thereby reiterating the need of today's motion that will help us in catalyzing a long-term interdependence and harmony via the diverse strengths as mentioned in the motion, whereby including the sectors like tourism, exchange of medicinal herbs, artificial intelligence, and the vaccine diplomacy, which when combined with the initiatives like Sagar, will help us integrate an extended Indo-Pacific vision. And also, Speaker Sir, our primary focus must be on Northeast India, which not only links us to 3 South Asian nations, but also serves as a gateway to Southeast Asia via the Act East policy, thereby profounding our very first step of making an extended chain of global order as asked by a worthy member of opposition, with India at the center to cater issues like climate crisis, migration, borderland and riverland disputes, and also frame a multi-dimensional foreign policy approach as globalization is on a retreat. Therefore, on that note, Speaker Sir, I would like to conclude by saying that this motion will lay the foundation of making India the Vishwa Guru, the global teacher, Vishwa Mitra, the global partner, and Vishwa Vaidya, the global physician, and integrate us into the ethos of one family, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Stay for a while. No, you have asked already. We want to see new interjector each time. Anybody new interjector? Anybody? You have asked it already once. No. If there is no interjector, then will only I allow. So please come then, come then.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I heard you talking about mutual economic growth through trade that can be achieved within India and its South Asian neighbor. But the problem here arises that our neighbors often have similar export products like textiles, if we take an example, creating competition rather than cooperation. So in that case, don't you think focusing all our energy on region with limited economic upside wouldn't help us as much as on global scale would?
Speaker Sir, with your due permission, I would like to answer the question. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. But I believe the motion that we're talking about is about cooperating with our South Asian neighborhood. And I'm not talking about only trading between the South Asian nations, but integrating South Asia into a hub and also expanding into the external regions, which will, in the near future, make us the Vishwa Guru and also establish India as the upcoming leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Mardi. Then now I call upon Tamanna Dalal to oppose the motion. Tamanna Dalal.
Greetings, Speaker Sir. Timekeeper Sir, kindly start my time once I'm done with the greetings. Greetings to the galaxy of intellectuals present here. I am Tamanna and I strongly oppose the given motion. When I'm first hearing the arguments made by my opponents, I hear policy of peace, policy of friendship, policy of trust, policy of mutual interest. And I am reminded of how logical these sound. So how should I argue them? But then I'm also reminded that a nation like India cannot risk its future and its growth only on the mutual interaction and collaboration with South Asian nations. Can we? Instead, we need to look into our history books, learn from the lessons we have already learned, and see the world clearly as it is, not as we wish it to be. I stand here arguing that if we look at South Asian cooperation only and prioritizing it above others, then that is a complete mirage. It is a distraction from India's true potential, and it is a mirage forming in the house of what actually a global order today is. Today, India does not need to look inwards toward a problematic and fragmented neighborhood. What we need to do is engage in new opportunities, new alliances, diplomatic alliances. My worthy opponents here are trying to confuse the House because they are unable to convince us, my dear friends, because they are unable to convince us. If you are thinking that a cooperative, cohesive South Asia is possible, then that is a dream. And that dream was seen a decade ago, more than a decade ago. But have we seen it become a reality? I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. Because the major two stakeholders, India and Pakistan, even refused to sit in a room without the clouds of mistrust hovering over them. And the same happened in the 2016 SAARC meet, which happened in Islamabad as well. And this is not only about Indo-Pakistan relations. Talk about Bhutan, talk about Nepal's, talk about Maldives, talk about Sri Lanka's economic crisis, talk about Pakistan internal Balochistan war going on right now, talk about Bangladesh political crisis. How do we make relations with such countries? And relations, remind me, a relationship is a two-way street, my dear friends. Relationship is a two-way street. India, as a country who believes in Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, has been there for each and every country, no matter their region. But has all other countries done the same for us? Especially the South Asian one. That is why I emphasize prioritizing these nations over the nations that can not only help us with our security, but with trade, with development, with growth, with infrastructure, with technology, which are all necessary for India's overall growth and reaching the dream of Viksit Bharat. We do that. The trade of European Union with India was over 100 billion. The trade with Japan was alone over $20 billion. And the trade with Russia was over $80 billion. And what about collective South Asian? Hardly reaching $30 billion. Speaker, sir, I would like to remind that the numbers tell a story, and the numbers tell a story, and we all must hear it. As one of my friendly opponents already has been talking about India becoming a Vishwaguru. Yes, that is what we have to become, a Vishwaguru, not the big brother of the South Asian neighborhood and considering the problems of our neighbors as our own. But that does not mean that we ignore them. We just do not prioritize their problem above our own. We see our gains, our public's gain first, and that is why I'm standing here opposing it. And how would this be done? When our foreign policies are made with nations with shared values and shared visions, not shared boundaries. Today we stand here not as a regional dominance power in the global stature. We want to showcase the globe that we are at the world level as the Vishwaguru. Thank you. With this, I rest my case. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Wait for a while. Yes, come.
Hello. Sir, I'm Ritik Jalan from JB Law College. Ma'am, in your speech, you repeatedly reflected the various problems of the South Asian nations. You talked about the instability in Bangladesh and Pakistan being Pakistan, etc. Then, again and again, you were also emphasizing on the need for prioritizing relations with other countries. But ma'am, have you forgotten the various problems that are going on or have occurred in the countries which you have talked about? Japan and ex-prime minister were killed there a few time ago. China, we all know that its economy is becoming stagnant. USA, we all know what happened in the general elections 4 or 5 years ago when the US Capitol was attacked. And we know a multiple of other problems which are going on in the very, very nations you talked about in your script, ma'am, highlighting how we should prioritize with them. So how will you mix these two perspectives while on the one hand you are showing the various problems of South Asia and on the other hand you are talking about prioritizing relations with other international organizations or countries which themselves are going through a hub of problems? Thank you.
Sir, may I have your
Ritik Jalan from JB Law College.
Sir, do I have your permission to answer? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your question. In my speech, I never mentioned that we should, just be with Japan or USA. For that matter of fact, I did not mention. And through the opportunity that I have been given to answer, I would like to remind the House that we need to stop idealizing USA. I don't know why many of my worthy opponents are here trying to idealize what USA is doing to us. To others, we need not do that. There are other countries with which we have great relations who can help us in future. And secondly, coming back to the answer, sir, there is to be a balance that is to be created between our trade relation with every country. I do not in any way mean to demean the trade relations which we already have with countries such as Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Afghanistan. But on the same hand, I also want us not to prioritize them because they have not prioritized us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Dalal. Now I request from the Treasury bench, Ritik Bora.
Hello. India today stands at a defined crossroads. The question is whether India should prioritize regional leadership cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. And I stand to rise for yes in this statement, not just as a choice, but as a strategic necessity. Warm greetings to Honorable Speaker and members of the esteemed Parliament. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about today's bill, we first have to talk about geography, because geography is destiny. India cannot change her neighbors, but can shape her neighborhood. A peaceful, prosperous South Asia is not charity, it's a security insurance to India itself. A member from the opposition bench has said that we should not prioritize South Asia. But prioritizing does not refer to neglecting the other regions. It only means building a strong foundation, like a tree needs a strong roots. As the East Asia Forum observed, global leadership cannot truly be ours until we first anchor South Asia. Because leadership is not about the one who stands at the throne, but about the one who influences on the ground. Honorable Speaker, sir, a few days ago when Donald Trump imposed 50% tariffs on Indian products, our economy was left exposed. This led to the realization of a bitter truth that distant markets can make us vulnerable. Instead of this, if we do regional trade through SAFTA, SSARC and BIMSTEC, it can shield us. Imagine a $3 trillion South Asian market built on strength and resilience led by India. And if more of this trade is done in rupees instead of dollars, it will only deepen our economic sovereignty. A South Asian market led by our own currency would not just protect us, it would project us as true global power. Even India's rare strength, ranging from Assam's Muga silk to agro products like Naga chilies, can first find a strong consumer base in South Asia before being launched to the world. A united neighborhood work as a launch pad for the world. And yes, Honorable Speaker, if we talk about the failure of SARC, it was not because regionalism itself is doomed, it was because Pakistan sabotaged it. India has already moved to better frameworks like BBN and BIMSTEC, where progress is real. $23 billion world cross-border project and transport links. Failure of one forum is not the death of regionalism, it is a proof that India is agile enough to reinvent it. Honorable Speaker, sir, yes, India does share her boundary with a country that is to be called the hub of terrorism, but isolating the country as a whole will only set terrorism the narrative. Instead of this, India should strengthen her ties with countries like Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh to ensure that Pakistan does not get to veto South Asia's future. Terror cannot be the architect of our region. Trade, trust, and technology should be. We have to understand trade technology should be. We have to understand that India's energy security relies on Bhutan's hydropower, eastern trade corridors pass to Bangladesh, and our maritime security hinges in the ports of Sri Lanka. Weak neighbors might be a burden, strong neighbors might be a buffer, and only cooperative work can bring real solutions. We have to understand, if we look back into the past and look at the East policy, we will understand how it opened doors for Asian and how it multiplied India's global influence, because every world leadership starts with regional leadership, like the US in America and Russia in Eurasia. We cannot change our neighborhood. We cannot wish away Pakistan, nor can sulk about China's right. All we can do is to talk, to cooperate and work together, and that will be the true global leadership for India, because a country is not merely measured for its GDP or its weapon, but also about how it influences the region. If it does not dominate now, then China takes the vacuum space, and once Beijing dominates our backyard, global partnership will mean very little. The choice is that stark, Honorable Speaker, sir. Either we lead South Asia or China does the job. We have to understand that global leadership, South Asia is the center of building our world dominance. We have to understand world dominance cannot start at external place, it cannot start at Washington, but right here in South Asia. To embrace this is to embrace our rightful position at the heart of the multipolar power, and to abandon this is to abandon destiny and our potential future. With this, I urge the members of the opposition bench to support us and help us in passing this bill, because in the words of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, I quote, "You can change your friends, but you cannot change your neighbors," unquote. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, esteemed Parliament.
Steve, yes, come.
Good afternoon, Speaker, sir. I am Harshit Ranjan Das from Dispur Law College. My question is, you talked about regional neighbor and making peace. You also talked about Bangladesh. Like most of the countries, they have extreme right-wing governments in their own country, and they themselves are very unstable. So how can you guarantee that when India will pilot the alliance, it will not cause chaos within the alliance itself? Thank you.
With due respect of the speaker, sir, I'd like to answer. As I have already said that members from the opposition bench have continuously said that not every enemy is permanent, not friendship is permanent, only interest is permanent. So with that, I would like to say, yes, Bangladesh situation might be unstable now, but that doesn't mean we will left everything and will not support them, because at the end we have to see in the future and look for the future and see the long-term development. We weren't having relations with US, but right after we had a very long-term development, long-term friendship with US, but what we are seeing is tariffs being put on, so we cannot predict the future. All we can do is to work, and as I have said that South Asia is the center, the only stage where we can build. From here we can expand our roots. So yes, even though Bangladesh might be unstable, even though Pakistan is the hub of terrorism, that's my entire argument. We have to build friendship first, we have to stable our neighborhood, because without an unstable home, we cannot stable the world. So that's my viewpoint on your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Bora. Now I call upon Augusto Kashyap to oppose the motion. Augusto Kashyap.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the Treasury Bench members have repeatedly talked about an emerging multipolar global order. So let me remind them that in the military sector, the defense budget of USA in 2025 is $900 billion, while the defense budget of China is barely $300 billion. Coming to the economic sector, USA controls 26% of the global GDP, while China controls only 16%. And in the technological sector, USA controls 80 to 90% of the global intellectual physical property, and at the same time China is ahead only in terms of 5G and 6G. So this proves that we are not in an emerging multipolar global order, but rather we are witnessing the slow rise of bipolarity between USA and China, and this shows that how the motion that has been raised by the Treasury Bench is completely flawed. Now coming to my next argument, the Treasury Bench members have said that India should prioritize regional cooperation with Pakistan because of greater peace. So let me remind them that in 2006, the world's largest love letter was sent from India to Pakistan. But how did Pakistan respond to that love letter? They responded only in the language they know. And that is the Mumbai attack of 2008, the Pulwama attack of 2019, and the Pahalgam attack of 2025. Then again, the Treasury Bench members have said that India should prioritize regional cooperation with Bangladesh because of their economic growth. So let me remind them that in 2015, it was the Indian Parliament which had implemented the land boundary agreement in order to resolve the 68-year-old border dispute between the two countries. Then again in the same year, Adani Power and Reliance Power have invested $4.5 billion in Bangladesh to set up a power plant. But what did Bangladesh do in return? In June 2025, when the state government of Assam wanted to deport illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, the Bangladesh government had refused to accept it. So that is why my question is simple. Why do we want to prioritize regional cooperation with countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh, who have always taken all the benefits from India, but when India needed them, they always responded with betrayal and denial? Now coming to my next argument, the Treasury Bench members have said that India should prioritize regional cooperation with countries like Nepal and Sri Lanka because of their geographic location. So let me remind them, in 2015, when Nepal was hit by the devastating earthquake, it was India who provided them $1 billion in relief. And again in 2022, it was India again who provided Sri Lanka with $4 billion to help their economic relief. But at the same time, what did Nepal and Sri Lanka do in return? In 2017, Nepal went and signed the Belt and Road Initiative with China, and in the same year, the Sri Lankan president had given on lease the port of Hanbantota to China, therefore posing serious security concerns in the Indian Ocean. So again, my question is simple. Why do we want to prioritize regional cooperation with countries like Nepal and Sri Lanka, who after taking all the benefits and support from India, it goes and sits on the lap of China? Now coming to my last argument, the Treasury Bench members here have only glorified how India should prioritize regional cooperation with South Asian neighborhood because of their diverse strength. But at the same time, they have failed to prove before this honorable house that how India is going to tackle the main issue of shifting global alliances that has been clearly given in the motion. If India wants to address this issue, then rather than prioritizing regional cooperation with Bhutan, Maldives and Afghanistan, who themselves are largely dependent on India, India should rather focus on building strong relationship with countries like Canada and Mexico, because that is going to give India an indirect access to the North American market. And at the same time, India should also focus on building strong relationship with countries like Japan, Brazil, France and Germany because of their diverse strength. Only then India will be able to tackle the issue of shifting alliances, and at the same time, it will be able to establish itself as a strong pole in the global order. And if India can achieve that, then it does not have to prioritize regional cooperation with South Asian neighborhood, and instead it is the South Asian countries who are going to come and prioritize regional cooperation with India. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and I would like to submit these documents to support my arguments.
Stay for a while. Wait. Anybody willing to ask anything to him? Yes, you come.
Hello. Myself, Sanjana Sarkar from Assam Downtown University. So I overall liked your speech, but I just had a question. As you know, Indians who are studying in India, they go to America for they grow, they increase the GDP, they increase the economy there. So if that is stopped, let's just say that stopped, and Indian students are raising the GDP and economy of India. So wouldn't it help to raise the overall economy of South Asian countries? So what is your argument to it?
So can you just rephrase it? So you are saying that if India prioritizes South Asian relation, it's going to help India strengthen India's backyard.
Exactly.
Okay. So Honorable Speaker, sir, can I answer with your due permission? Thank you, Speaker, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for asking me the question. I'd just like to say that in Assam, we people often say that ebar hape khutile lezu loiku bhoy. But in this case, our lovely neighbors have beaten us not once or twice, but several times. And here, when we look into the relationship between India and South Asia, we have to take into consideration their history. And what is the history between India and South Asia? Whenever India have tried to extend their hands of friendship, the South Asian nations have accepted the friendship. But at some other point of time, they have come and they have backstepped our country. So that is why today, if this motion gets passed, what is the guarantee that tomorrow the relations between them is going to improve? Because these countries, they have a habit of being disloyal and dishonest towards the country. And that is why I'd like to sum up by saying that a faithful friend is always stronger than having an unfaithful neighbor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you, this Honorable House.
Thank you, Kashyap. Now I call upon Kuldeep Bhattacharya. Who will be defending the motion.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. It is August gathering. I'm here to defend the side proposition's motion that yes, we do need to prioritize our engagement in South Asia. Now, let me be very clear at the very beginning. This debate is a priority debate. This is not an exclusivity debate. And what do I mean by this idea? I said this is not a debate against globalization versus regionalization. Definitely not. This is a question about globalization, yes, but globalization how? This is a debate about globalization how and globalization why. And this is exactly where I come and engage, Speaker sir. I argue that this debate has always been about cooperation is a priority. And why do I say so? I start my argument with a very historical notion. Let us look at the whole history of South Asia. We keep forgetting this whole narrative of South Asia actually is a misnomer term. Sometimes South Asia is always forgotten that this is the Indian subcontinent. let's not forget that this subcontinental space has a culture of connectivity. We have a culture of history, and we have an historical burden as India, as the cultural, social, political, economic hegemon of this region, to be not the guardian of peace and security, but also the leader to show the vision that in which direction the subcontinent move. Now, when you talk about multipolarity, sir, again, I want to substantiate. I want to argue that this whole narration that multipolarity, there's some sort of, in the side opposition say there's a bipolarity coming. I disagree. There's always been a multipolarity. There have been India, there is Russia, there is China. We all are competing. And in such competing times, there's a sort of anarchy. There are chaos. In such situation, we have small states in South Asia. Speaker, sir, let's be very clear. What agency do small states have? This possibility of China or any external power coming into the region and hijacking the small states narrative is very, very high. And what happens when they do hijack it? We are playing the Americans' game. We are playing the Chinese game. We are losing our own neighbors in the vision of an Indo-Pacific when by and large, what do? We lose our own neighborhood. We lose our own extended frontier. And by then defense, we lose our own national self-interest. Which is exactly, sir, I want to argue that here, the debate is about priority. We are going to engage with the whole global world. We are going to argue with Quad. We are going to engage with China, with the BRICS, the SCO. But our priority is very clear. The nation first. And for the nation to emerge, we need to have a complete control, complete authority, complete dominance of South Asia, which vis-a-vis, I argue, the Indian subcontinent. My third argument, sir, is also about maritime politics. This whole debate has many of my side fellow speakers have not engaged on the idea. Let's say yes, somebody said Indo-Pacific. What is it? This is the idea that India moves its ships, its whole notions in the space of Arabian Sea, in the Pacific, in the West Pacific, Atlantic. But let's be clear. What is our priority debate? We hold and control the choke point of global capitalism. That is the Indian Ocean. When we control the Indian Ocean, when we control all the ports of South Asia, we are authoritatively also controlling Indo-Pacific. The debate is very clear. We engage with the world, but we engage how? We start it with South Asia. We start with all the controls of all the states that comprise of South Asia, and by defense of extension, we already get the world. This idea is very clear. Even to sum up my argument, let's just reiterate. I have argued that the alliances are changing. The international order is very unclear. In such anarchy, small states like Bangladesh or Pakistan cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of China, cannot be allowed into the hands of America, and this is exactly, this priority is there. We are not excluding from engaging with the world. We are not excluding from engaging with the Indo-Pacific island countries, literal ideas, but our idea is clear. Complete authority, complete dominance of the Indian subcontinent. We rule the world by ruling our frontiers. We rule it by controlling Indian Ocean. We rule it by having all control, all authority, without any kind of influence from China or any influence from America. That's exactly where the debate lies. This debate, collectively, the notion is about the prioritization. One is India, of course. The INT in internationalism has to be like this. The I stands for India, the N starts for the neighborhood, and the rest of the world. The S, and with that, I would like to sum up my debate. Thank you.
Stay for a while.
The house is open for questioning.
Come, you come.
Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir. Myself, Manik Baruah from UG first semester of Cotton University. Respected sir, in your speech you mentioned about losing your neighbors. But how can you believe in building sovereignty in South Asian region and take the lieu of history when you have unstable neighbors like Pakistan, which is the motherland of terrorism, and Afghanistan, which doesn't have its own voice and which have well-recorded negative events? How would you defend this?
Thank you. Now, I'm a true believer of an argument that, see, instability is not a crisis situation. It's a situation of opportunity. I argue the instability in South Asia is an opportunity for India to prove that we are the guardian of the region, we are the guardian of the Indian Ocean, we are the one who you have to deal if you want to engage with South Asia. And please understand when I say we need to take leadership. Yes, Pakistan has a problem, but let's also not forget, we don't have the problem with the Pakistani people. We don't have a problem with the Bangladesh people. The cultural connectivity lies. We have a problem with governments, and governments, the most beautiful thing, it changes. The argument is pretty clear. If we give up on the notion that we engage with South Asia, and hence the priority debate, if we do not prioritize South Asia, somebody else will. And I do not want that somebody to come up and take control of my neighborhood. The debate is pretty clear from the very beginning. It's not an anti-exclusionary to the world. It is the idea, India, the neighbor, and the world. As I already said, this is a debate about not anti-globalization, but globalization how and globalization why, which is exactly again argue, yes, we have a problem with Pakistan, yes, we have a problem with Bangladesh, but that is not historical. It's not like it's always been the case. We also have good relationship with Pakistan. The idea is this, that we try to solve the crisis. It is our opportunity to shine and be not America to lose our friends, but become an India. We get the seat in G7 not by acting like Americans, we act like Indians. We go forward, we take others along. That's India for you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, stay for a while. If anybody? Then you go.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, House is adjourned for a 5 minutes only. House is adjourned for a 5 minutes only. So we will be resuming the proceedings of the House shortly. So everybody is requested to take his or her seat. So we are resuming the proceedings of the House. I call upon Kaushik Ramsiari from the opposition bench. Kaushik Ramsiari from the opposition bench. Are you here? Yes.
So the timekeeper is not in. Timekeeper is not in.
Timekeeper is requested to take his seat.
Greetings and a very good afternoon to respected speaker, sir, jury members, and all the other fellow debaters. Today I rise to firmly oppose the motion that has been put on the House. India should prioritize regional cooperation with the South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. So, Honorable Speaker, sir, firstly, South Asia remains as one of the least integrated regions in the world. Institutions like SAARC have largely failed because of political mistrust, especially the deep-rooted conflict between India and Pakistan. Regional forums have been hostage to bilateral disputes, leaving little scope for meaningful cooperation. Honorable Speaker, sir, why would India tie her future to a region that is perpetually divided? Secondly, India's aspiration is global, not regional. As the world moves towards multipolarity, India must strengthen its strategic partnerships with major powers such as United States, Japan, and the European countries, I think, and emerging powers like Africa and Latin America. Limiting ourselves to South Asian neighborhood, which contributes normally to India economic and technological ambitions, would only hold us back and just drag us down. Thirdly, India's economy is 10 times larger than its most of neighboring South Asian neighbors combined. Regional cooperation often becomes one-sided burden for India, is expected to provide aid and subsidies to its neighborhood rather than benefiting its own terms and welfare. India faces little genuine reciprocity due to this. This does not serve India's long-term strategic relationship with its South Asian neighborhoods and interests. Fourthly, security challenges dominate neighborhood, cross-border terrorism, illegal migration, and political instability in countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even countries like Bangladesh. Honorable Speaker, sir, I think we forgot, in 1983, a cricket match in Srinagar was held, and anti-Indian slogans was being shouted by the public in that match. Fourthly, security challenges dominate this neighborhood. Cross-border Myanmar poses threats to India's strengthening ties with the unstable regimes may let us compromise and meant with our security and military. Honorable Speaker, sir, India must look beyond its neighborhood and claim its rightful place in the foreign world and not keeping its regional neighborhood as its priority. Honorable Speaker, sir, India cannot afford to be chained by its neighbors because of their weaknesses. And Honorable Speaker, sir, India should make strong bonds globally rather than keeping its regional South Asian neighbor as a priority. So with this, I'd like to conclude.
Wait, stay for a while. Yes.
My question to the Honorable Speaker would be, if India ignores its South Asian neighbors, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh, who guards the Indian Ocean alongside us, are you suggesting we leave our maritime security at the mercy of our external powers like China?
With due respect, Speaker Sir. I'm not talking about mistrust of Sri Lanka and China. It's just about matter of priorities. Cooperation could be done with them, but not full. It could be trusted that in the coming future they would not
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member Ramsiari. Now I call upon Bhaisyati Florina Kashyap to defend the motion. Bhaisyati Florina Kashyap.
Hello. Honorable Speaker, sir. My opposition bench members reminds me of peacock. Yes, Honorable Speaker, sir. Peacocks who shows their tails in order to hide the fact that they can't sing. Greetings, Honorable Speaker and the August House. The motion clearly mentions India should prioritize regional cooperation. I would like to repeat, India should. The Oxford definitions frame should not as a question of ability, but what is right. I do not stand here to defend the fact that India will be able to cooperate. I do not stand to defend the fact that it will be easy for India to cooperate. I defend the fact what India should, what is appropriate, Honorable Speaker. Now I would like to focus on the second word after should, that is prioritize. Whoa. Prioritize, Honorable Speaker. If I prioritize my studies, that does not mean I do not eat or sleep. Prioritizing means giving importance, putting it on top of the table. The motion never mentioned that we have to ignore US, Japan or Australia. It means let's secure our neighborhood first, because a nation with unstable borders can never be a stable global power. When my opposition says that the countries are hostile, Honorable Speaker, sir, again I would like to ask my opposition, where did the motion mention that cooperation is guaranteed? Honorable Speaker, firstly, global partners are seasonal birds. Secondly, Benjamin Franklin once said, we must all hang together or we shall all hang separately. In today's world where multipolarity is rising, South Asia should cooperate. As in Mahabharata, the Pandavas asked for 5 villages, which is present-day NCR, positioned strategically to defeat any enemy-controlled trades and river system. And we in India, Honorable Speaker, we have such strategic location without even having to ask for it. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, every year of non-cooperation cost us 30 billion in lost trades. Even if we unlocked 1% of GDP with the help of cooperation, we could educate 50 millions and 100 millions out of poverty. As a Treasury Bench member, at last I would like to say a line by respected Dhiren Bhattacharya, quote, Mur protitu kami, mur protitu sinta, ei dekhor bukut rose, hoish hanwali bhavishyata hapon, unquote. Meaning I think about the future of the nation and therefore I firmly support the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, August House.
Stay for a while. Will there be interjection? Anybody willing to ask? Yes, come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm Upaina Sinha and I'm a PhD scholar at this university. So my question to you is, hasn't India already tried cooperation back in 2014 when they launched a neighborhood first policy? But still, hasn't Pakistan attacked Pahalgam this year? And moreover, like the smaller economies, don't they see India as more as a hegemon rather than an equal partner? So what makes you think this time it will be different? Because neighborhoods policy was good on paper, but in reality, it turned out to be something else.
With your permission, Honorable Speaker, you said haven't India already tried, but I would like to reply to the member of the August House that if there is difficulties, that does not mean that the motion is incorrect. We have to keep trying, and that is it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, August House.
Thank you, Honorable Member Kashyap. Now I call upon Orgo Protim Day to oppose the motion. Orgo Protim Day.
Hello. In my self count of 3, 2, 1. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, sir. Today, our topic is India should prioritize the regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and it diverse stance in view of shifting international alliance and an emerging multipolar global order. My lovely opponents already mentioned and already said previous their speeches and all. We should make the relations between the South Asian countries or South Asian states. Why? Last few months ago, we saw one terrorist attack in Pahalgam. It is done by Pakistan terrorist group. Pahalgam is a tourist place where we lost our innocent Indians, friends, relative members. 26 innocent people has lost their life in the Pahalgam attack. And after they reply, we didn't send any terrorist groups and all. Honorable Speaker, sir, in every time Pakistan, Bangladesh, or in fact China also do terrorist attacks and all. Taking the examples of Bangladesh, the Hindus people who are presently living in Bangladesh currently now, they are not safe. They are facing lots of problems, lots of religious problems daily. We saw in the news every day in the those who live in Pakistan also the same face. They also face the same issues. The opponent says that we should make a good relation with them. After the Pahalgam issue came, the AEC, ACC is organizing the Asia Cup. Why India is participating? Why India is not boycotting the match between India and Pakistan? Instead of that, the Indian government is opposing that India will play the knockout matches in the cricket. No bilateral series. Instead, they will have to play on the match only. Why they will not play the bilateral series? My next argument point is that we should make the relations between global countries also, Europe countries. That our US is a globally economical country. The European countries and if we take the help from them, we will develop us also, develop our financial budget also, develop our economic also, develop our relation also. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Wait for a while.
Sir, as you have mentioned in your speech that why India should maintain a good relationship with South Asian countries. But I want to quote one thing that thousands of Nepalese citizens serve in Indian Army Gorkha regiments. If we will not maintain a good relationship with South Asian countries, how would we expect support from their citizens and their countries?
Honorable Speaker, sir, should I proceed? Thank you, sir. Your lovely questions. See, I am already saying that in my speech that we will see if we make a good relation with other countries, it will be good for us only. But we will not make a relations within terrorist groups. I already mentioned in my speech that Pakistan and Bangladesh, these two countries I mentioned, these two have the threats for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Opposition Member Day. Now I call upon Ritik Jalan from the Treasury Bench to defend the motion. Ritik Jalan.
Hello. Sir, may I start? Respected Speaker, sir, it seems as if the worthy members of the opposition bench are starring in a movie called Once Upon a Time in South Asia, because majority of their arguments is focusing on what has happened in the past. They have totally forgotten and they have totally failed to understand that the motion raised by the Treasury bench before the Honorable House consists of two chief cornerstones, the foundation being shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order, and number two, the perfect response or synthesis which is presented by the Treasury bench being that India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths. They have failed to understand that in this grand world, which is like a chessboard, India's South Asian neighborhood is like that quirky pawn that can either become a queen or knock down the board entirely. And respected Speaker, sir, I take my stand here to defend this motion within the stipulated time. Respected Speaker, sir, the worthy members of the opposition bench are themselves confused whether we are living in an emerging multipolar world or what. A majority of them are supporting it while some are contradicting it. In response, I would like to state that first of all, an emerging multipolar global order refers to a system where power is distributed between multiple power centers. In fast forward into 2025, this shift is characterized by rapidly growing international alliances and shifting global orders where major powers are realigning economically, militarily, strategically, and ideologically in order to achieve their own strategic interests. Clear evidences of these include America's strategic and selective engagement with South Asia and Indo-Pacific via the Quad, China's reshaping of international alliances and regional boundaries through its Belt and Road Initiative and others. In this context, I would like to highlight that rather than a solitary voice, a combined South Asia with its diverse strengths will influence such a global order much more than a solitary voice. Respected Speaker, sir, the worthy members of the opposition bench have again and again emphasized that India should prioritize cooperation with major world powers, with major international alliances, rather than focusing on a troubled South Asia. In response, I would like to state that first of all, this is a very narrow-minded and wrong understanding of the phenomena that regional and global coordination are highly interconnected. As mentioned in the very essence of India's Gujarat Doctrine, a strong regional base is the foundation of global domination. And in this context, if India fails to maintain regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood, it will only expose its own insecurity, it will only expose its own failures, which are in the very first hand major barriers for international cooperation in the future. Coming to the diverse strength of the neighborhood of India's South Asian nations, I would like to remind the worthy members of the opposition bench that both Sri Lanka as well as Maldives are major strategic partners of India because of their location in the Bay of Bengal, Arabian Indian Ocean region, as a result of which prioritizing regional cooperation with them is necessary in order to counter China's growing assertiveness in the Indian Ocean. Moreover, the worthy members of the Treasury of the opposition bench have also questioned about India's role in power generation. Here I would like to answer that growing ties with countries like Nepal and Bhutan will reduce the domination of India's power dependence on other major countries. This is because major hydropower plant and cross-border energy dependencies like Nepal's Arun 3 hydropower plant as well as Bhutan's 720 megawatt Mount Deju project will allow and enable India to grow in the international sphere. Again, the worthy members of the opposition bench have again and again questioned Pakistan and Bangladesh. Here I would like to remind them that not very long ago, these countries were also part of the same Indian subcontinent, known as Bharatam in Sanskrit and Bare Hazdir in Urdu. Here, these three countries alone having a population of more than 500 million people, prioritizing regional cooperation will then strengthen India's soft power, which will align with India's position in other major global forums. At the end, I would like to conclude with the words of Gandhiji, in a gentle way you can shake the world. And this is what the Treasury bench stands for. Thank you.
For a while. Anybody willing to ask?
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I am Tamanna Dalal from Delhi University, IPCW College. Sir, I heard you talking a lot about the emergence of a multipolar world, and I do agree that a multipolar world is emerging, and India, so don't you think that India has the opportunity to become a leading voice in the same? So does a regional first policy, as you are promoting, not risk reduce of our grand strategy to be the global leader there?
Sir, may I answer? Thank you, ma'am, for the question. What would you think about the person who is concerned about becoming the governor of a state but cannot take care of his own family? If he cannot take care of his own children. In this context, I would like to highlight that if India cannot manage proper relations and cannot utilize the diverse strengths of its South Asian neighbors for its own growth, as well as emerging as a major global power, then how will it ever emerge as a global power in the international stand? If a country is not able to cooperate its neighbors together and present a united front against the major powers which are rising up, how can we ever think about becoming a global leader if we are not able to achieve such amount of success in our own neighborhood? Moreover, the question you asked, as I highlighted, the multiple strengths of the various South Asian nations also correspond with India's plans as well as India's ambitions in global international alliances. Prioritizing relations with Maldives and Sri Lanka will strengthen its Quad commitments of regional maritime dominion. Strengthening relations with Nepal as well as Bhutan will allow it to have a greater negotiating power in BRICS, where often the discussions are dominated by trade and energy security. Having greater relations with Pakistan, Afghanistan, as well as Afghanistan and Bangladesh, as I mentioned in my script, it would allow India to strengthen its soft power, which is equally important as hard power in this emerging multipolar world. And as a result of which, by managing and by prioritizing the regional cooperation first, India will dominate in the international stand too. So it's a two-way process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jalan. Now I call upon Soikot Deb from opposition bench. Soikot Deb.
Hello. As Shashi Tharoor once said, we cannot choose our neighbors, but we can choose the company we keep. And in today's multipolar world, the company India must keep is global and not just regional. Respected Speaker, I am Saikat Dey speaking against the motion. India has always extended her hand to her neighborhood. We have created the SARC in 1985, we have launched the neighborhood first policy, and we have gave vaccines to our neighbors during COVID. And yet, I would like to ask the Treasury bench what we have got in return. The hand that was given for health has been bitten, tied, or ignored continuous times. Respected Speaker, let us talk on facts. Even after continuous efforts by India, from peace talks with Pakistan, medical aids to Maldives, and train concessions to Nepal and Bangladesh, cooperation has not yielded trust. South Asia is still the least integrated region in the world, with only 5% 5% intra-regional trade compared to Asian 25% and EU 60%. Why? Because mistrust rules here. India and Pakistan is locked in a perpetual hostility over Kashmir. Sri Lanka is alternating between debt crisis and Chinese ports. Nepal is hedging between Delhi and Beijing, and Afghanistan is a black hole of instability. The ORF, Observer Research Fellowship, calls this a stress deficit that makes cooperation in this area nothing but a mirage. And SARC, which was created by India to unite the South Asia, it hardly make a progress because Pakistan is continuously blocks Indian initiative. Respected Speaker, sir, I'd like to quote a Hindi line, "Jahan vishwas nahi, wahan sahyog nahi," where there is no trust, there is no cooperation. Respected Speaker, let us not romanticize our neighborhood. Not all neighbors are partners. India has gifted Maldives medical aid, infrastructure, and even defense corporation. What did we get? The India Out campaign. Look at Pakistan. Despite India's peace gestures, Pakistan continuously sponsors terrorism. India's soldiers has been martyred in Uri, in Pahalgam, because of cross-border attacks by Pakistan. Expecting cooperation from this kind of country is neither strategic nor patriotic. I would like to ask the Treasury bench, can they say that we must prioritize India-Pakistan relationship to the mothers who have lost their children in battlefield by the hands of Pakistani terrorists? I would like to remind the Treasury branch of what Chanakya said. Quote, सामर्थ्य के बिना मित्रता अपने लिए विनाश का कारण बन जाती है, end quote. Friendship without strength and respect becomes a cause of self-destruction. So I ask respected speaker, should India still extend its hand to those who mock our goodwill and attack our shoulder? This is not cooperation, this is self-destruction. I must remind the opposition that India's strength lies in multi-alignment, in BRICS with China and Russia, in Quad with USA, Japan and Australia, a leading voice in G20 and the champion of the global south. This is where Indian influence truly matters. India is the connecting dot between the East and the West, and not the policeman of the broken South. South Asia's economy are fragmented and partially divided. Our technology, capital, and youth power are better leveraged to global partnership through the US, Japan, Germany, and EU, not neighbors who cannot match India's ambition. I would like to counter the opposition. The opposition must say that India must cooperate with their neighbors to grow first. But I would like to answer, haven't we done it already? We built roads in Afghanistan, we have gifted vaccines to Bangladesh, we have bailed out Sri Lanka and gave water treaties to Nepal and medical aid to Maldives. And I would like to ask the question, what we have gotten in return? We have gotten nothing, but instead they have moved towards China more than us. I would like to ask, if decades of help has only earned us betrayal, should we keep repeating the same mistakes? Respected Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that it's high time for India to realize that focusing on neighbors brings nothing but misfortune. And India is not a South Asian power. Its true strength lies in being an Indo-Pacific power with global influence. And we must stop pouring water into our water into a leaky bucket called South Asia and instead sail confidently into the ocean of global power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deb. Yes. Yes, you ask. Yes.
Hello, I'm Anjali Mardi from Cotton University. So in the beginning of your speech, you mentioned that we need to choose our friends and thereby it will govern how we will behave. So do you think, via the instability surrounding us, would you like to live in a mess whereby India is a strong and emerging power, but our neighborhood is not yet well stable, and instead of stabling our neighborhood and being the leading factor to these countries, would you really think that our country must live in a mess like this around? And how will it make us, our behavior go to the international forum when our neighborhood is such segregated?
With the permission of the speaker, I'd like to answer the question. See, what our neighbor do is not up to us. But what I will say is that friendship is based on mutual interest, mutual respect, and not geopolitical proximity. If Pakistan is not cooperating with us, we cannot do. Like I mentioned in the speech, we have already tried creating relationship with them. But even after trying it for multiple years, for multiple decades, we have gotten no response. So it's better for India to stop their neighbors and to go to a part of a world where our values are truly mattered and our interests are aligned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deb. Now I call upon Mujahidul Islam from the Treasury bench. Mujahidul Islam.
So may I begin? Respected House, let me begin by stating the fact that the former Indian National Security Advisor Shiv Shankar Menon rightly said, and I quote, "India cannot be a leading power in the world unless it first manages its periphery," unquote. Respected Respected House, in this multipolar global order where power is no longer concentrated in a single superpower, today the regional cooperation has become the foundations of long-term stability and growth. And therefore, for India, strengthening ties with South Asian nations is not just a diplomatic choice, it has today become a strategic necessity. Now let me tell you why. Because the South Asian nations houses nearly a quarter of the world's population, and therefore closer economic and political integration can turn the region into a global growth engine. Respected House, that's why today it becomes my moral responsibility to stand in front of you and advocate for the motion of the House. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, sir, and the August House. Respected House, today I have a matchstick in my hand. And unlike the other side, I do not want to burn down the House with false argument. I want to light a candle. I want to put forth the positive argument that will definitely prove that yes, India should prioritize regional cooperation with her South Asian neighborhood and its diverse strengths in view of shifting international alliances and an emerging multipolar global order. Respected House, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, has often remained stagnant due to India-Pakistan tensions. I agree to that. But to tell the members of the opposition bench, the BIMSTEC framework which connects South Asia with Southeast Asia has shown how regional cooperation can thrive when India takes the leadership. Now let me tell you why. For instance, the BIMSTEC Energy Center and India's commitment to cross-border electricity trade have opened avenues today for sustainable development, benefiting nations like Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. Why? Because these nations, by benefiting these nations, India can emerge as one of the multipolar global order. Respected House, that's why by building these regional networks, it is possible for India to counterbalance China's influence through projects like Belt and Road Initiative, while ensuring that South Asia today speaks with a counter argument and opinion that India can put forward in the global negotiation. Respected House, today all we must agree to the point that South Asia is one of the fastest growing region in the world because it contributes 7% to the global GDP according to the World Bank 2023 report. For instance, India-Bangladesh trade crossed $15 billion while Bangladesh emerging as one of the India's largest trading partner in South Asia, according to the 2022 report. Now, for instance, that's why when we talk about this Bangladesh sector, we must understand that similarly projects like BBIN, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal Motor Vehicle Agreement, and India-Sri Lanka Power Grid Connectivity. What type of this agreement shows? This agreement shows that India must lead with the neighborhood spirit. Because when India leads with the neighborhood spirit, I remember what the former Prime Minister of India, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, rightly said and already quoted in the House, that we cannot choose friends. Although our friends can change, but our neighbors will always remain permanent, unquote. Respected House, also in the case of India-Bhutan energy cooperations, India imports free hydroelectric power or the clean hydroelectric power from Bhutan, which benefits India in utilizing its needs. At the same time, it benefits Bhutan because Bhutan's major economy survives on the hydroelectric power. Therefore, this cooperation has helped and created a win-win situation for both India and Bhutan. Bhutan grows economically while India secures a stable, renewable source of energy without dominating or without depending on the major global energy giants like Russia and the Middle East. Respected House, even after all this argument, if the members of the opposition bench are still adamant to their false belief, it quite reminds me of a very famous quote by the Stephen Hawking. He said, and I quote, "The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, it is the illusion of knowledge," unquote. With these, though today I rest my case, but not my cause. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and thank you, August House.
Stay for a while. Anybody? Yes, you come.
Harshit Ranjan Das from Dispur Law College. My question to you is, when there was a genocide going on in Palestine, a lot of South Asian countries have openly supported Palestine, but India have remained neutral. So if this alliance happens, don't you think that India will be forced to change its mind and take a side rather than stay neutral in the long run? Thank you.
With the prior permission of the Honorable Speaker, sir. Today, when I talk about India cooperating regionally with the South Asian nations, as an Indian today, it's not my dream that the members in our regional neighborhood, the South Asia, they will not pour dominations in India. Whereas we will dominate in the South Asian nations. We will decide who we support to. with the members of the South Asian nations behind us. We want to be one polar in this multipolar, and that's what my dream is. In this multipolar world, we need India to be one polar. We will decide, and the South Asian nations will support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Islam. Now, I call upon the last speaker from the opposition bench, Harshit Ranjan Das. Last speaker from the opposition bench, Harshit Ranjan Das.
On a very serious note, just a few years ago, the Chinese embassy in India denied visas to our karate and wushu players from Arunachal Pradesh. The same China where our Prime Minister recently visited and joined hands with the President of China while a toxic masculine Russian song was playing in the background. Greetings, respected Speaker, sir, and members present in the August House. The complexity of today's debate is about an alliance. I do believe that a global alliance can do wonder for a country in geopolitics. However, when I look at the agenda, I see three words: South Asian neighborhood. And that really pulls my interest off, because this book right here gives reasons why we should not support our neighbors, why they are not trustworthy. When our country was trying to eliminate insurgency in our own country, the same neighbors supported and gave shelter to the extremists who were a threat for this nation. Matter of fact, it is the same thing other way around. Our country was set to host the South Asian Athletics Championship, which was postponed twice, and now it is indefinitely postponed. The mover of the house said about $44 billion trade deals, but it seems we cannot even host a small sports event in the international stage. From where I come from, I see a lot of trust issues in here. And we know what trust issues can do in a relationship of two people. Just think what trust issues can do in global alliance where multiple countries are involved. Another speaker from the Treasury bench said about China's interference. I have a breaking news that is already happening. Speaker sir, in corporate law, we have a concept called holding and subsidiary companies. Here, in this particular context, China is the holding company and the South Asian countries are its subsidiaries. And we know what happens when we join hands with a subsidiary company. We become another subsidiary company. And if we don't stop now, we will be the NDTV of geopolitics. Speaker sir, I have one simple question for the members of the Treasury bench. What they are really scared of? A lot of them have said a grave concern about the United States and the President. From the best of my understanding, what I can see is that they are scared of a real estate developer turned political personality turned professional wrestling manager turned president who uses the F word in front of the global media, whose name is supposedly in the Epstein list, whose administration imposed tariffs on an island which is inhabited by penguins. Respected Speaker, sir, another member of the Treasury bench shout from the top of his lungs that India will dominate, India will do this, India will do that. I would like to reply him that first of all, let's see what is going on in our own country. It cannot happen that Punjab is drowning in flood and Manipur is burning in the fire of conflict while we talk about a global alliance. The Treasury bench members are the same people who once talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and now they are saying we will need a global alliance to fight the West. This is what we call classic hypocrisy. Respected Speaker, sir, as I conclude, I would like to get my views straight. I believe in internal stability. Ever since I was a kid, I heard the saying, quote unquote, Loha lohe ko katta hai, unquote. And this is what we need to do. We need to join hands with the capitalist superpower who have the same interest as we do, instead of joining hands with underdeveloped countries, countries which have failing democracies, countries which have failing economies. Until my recommendations are considered, my views remains against the motion of this bill. Thank you.
For a while, anybody?
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your permission, I'd like to ask a question to the member of the opposition bench. As you said that if there is a problem going on inside your house, you need to focus on your internal issues. These are your internal issues, I got it, you need to solve it. But do you not think that you need to solve issues that happens with your neighbors? Is it not necessary? Because now, if you agree that you want to solve those issues with your neighbors, then you will be considered as a double-faced because you do not want to secure those relations.
Sir. We have already seen what happens when we try to solve the issues of our neighbors. A prime minister was blown into bits when he tried to solve the problem of our neighbors. We saw what happens to our Indian army jawans who fought in the Bangladesh war just because they wanted to help. We talk in a big voice that we help this, we help that. But nobody talks about what the Indian Navy once did to a simple cruise ship from Pakistan when 50 innocent people were killed just because we wanted. Our intention was not bad. We wanted to kill some terrorists, but in return some innocent people died. Because we cannot focus in our own internal stability and we try to help others, because of which right now no country trusts us and our neighbors definitely don't trust us in this particular matter. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I totally disagree with him on the fact that nobody trusts us.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
There are many countries which trust us. Thank you.
Okay, there will be no supplementary question. So thank you, Mr. Das. So now I call upon the last competitor from the Treasury bench, honorable member from the Treasury bench, Rohit Ali Ahmed. He will be the last speaker from the Treasury bench.
Good afternoon to one and all present here, Honorable Speaker, and respected judges and my dear fellow debaters. Today I am here to speak in the opinion of the House. So, Honorable Speaker, today we have been seeing a lot of wars. And who are those you think that are attacking us? It is none other than those who are our neighborhoods, whom we think it is our neighborhood. We have to see them. We have to make peace with them. Until and unless we make peace with them, they will attack us every time. So my point of view is that we have to make peace with every South Asian countries so that we can live peacefully. Or else, every time a new war will arise. So in order to bring peace, we have to make alliance with those who are our neighborhood countries. It will help us. It will help both of us. Honorable Speaker, sir, we know that at time of crisis, the one who help us first are the ones who are nearby us. Same goes for the country. When a country is in trouble, the first help should come from our neighborhood countries, because the one who are far away from us can't help us early, but the one who are nearby us can help us first. So we should make an alliance with them so that they can help us every time. So I would just want to say that due to the alliance of the South Asian countries, it increases India's power. In a multipolar world, if South Asia stays united, India's voice will carry more weight in global forums like the UN and G20. And everyone will listen, India will become powerful. Or else, if India is alone and no one supports us from our neighborhood, then who will hear our words? Everyone should support us. So we should, to make our words heavy, we should make our neighborhoods
support us. And Honorable Speaker, sir, the terrorist attacks which is increasing in India are mostly from Pakistani terrorists, and the terrorists enter from Nepal border. So, if we make an alliance with those countries, we can make our border more stable and safe. And also, making alliance with those neighborhood countries will help our countries in oil production. Honorable Speaker, sir, due to not having an alliance with Pakistan, we have suffered very much. Everyone may not know about losing someone from their family and their mother, but the mother, the wife, the children of their family who have suffered, and the soldier who has died, and the family of that member suffers the most. So, do we want war? And if we don't want war, then we have to make an alliance with those countries so that we don't get another war. We don't get another war and our soldier die. So we have to make anyhow alliance with those countries surrounding us, or else we have to suffer war every time and every moment. We have to be ready for war. So my point of view is that someone said about Pakistan that why should we support Pakistan? Why should we support US or Pakistan? There is no future in that. In 1971, during Indo-Pakistani war, the US Navy's 7th Fleet, led by the aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, was deployed to the Bay of Bengal to intimidate India by US. So, if US attack us to help Pakistan, then we can now they help us during the crisis. Now we can say the future is not guaranteed. We have to support everyone. We have to see the future and be ready for the future. So at last, I just want to say that from all this, we can say that the alliance with the South Asian countries will bring wealth and power to India. Thank you.
Will there be interjection? Yes, come forward.
Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir. Myself, Rituparna Baruah. Sir, I would just like to ask you, as you mentioned, that it is necessary for our nation to have good ties with our neighbors so that no other countries can attack us. I would just like to ask that the countries like United States, who are not in good ties with Canada, or Russia, who are not in good ties with Ukraine, then how no other country bothers to attack them? Why can't we, as the Vishwaguru, take the dominant position in the multipolar world order and be assured that we alone can be sufficient and just focus on regional cooperation? And why are we trying to limit our own selves? That is my question.
I am not saying that we have to limit ourselves with the South Asian countries, but we have to first maintain our relation with the South Asian countries, then we have to move forward from this. Or else, if we don't have the support from our neighboring countries, how will we proceed further? So my point is that we have to first make our relationship with the neighborhood, then go further from that.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Now I call upon Maitreyi Malakar, mover of the today's motion, to sum up the debate. Maitreyi Malakar.
Respected Speaker, sir, the opposition was concerned about whether we know how to pass the bill. Well, unlike them, we don't just pass statements, we pass substance. And today, the House has witnessed that substance in the form of $44 billion trade benefits, regional security, and India's leadership in a multipolar world. So yes, the motion has been moved, debated, and a bill has already been passed, not by words, but by the facts, figures, and future that clearly stand on our side. Respected Speaker, sir, cooperation is messy, it's noisy, sometimes it feels impossible, but it is for
far better to argue at the same table than to be left out of it. On that note, I close the debate with respect to Speaker Sir, to my worthy opponents, to the House, and most of all, it is the idea that India must not just exist in South Asia, but lead it. I request that the bill is passed as it is the best interest of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Malakar. So there is a formality to be completed, still remains to be completed, but it will be completed after my brief speech. So I think judges will take some time, is not it? Sharma? You need some time? Okay. So, so there is a formality. Still remains to be completed, and it will be completed after my brief speech. So, আজিৰ এই বিতৰ্ক কলাত এই মঞ্চত উপস্থিত কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ সন্মানীয় অধ্যাপক অধ্যাপিকাবৃন্দ, ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকল আৰু বিভিন্ন মহাবিদ্যালয়ৰ পৰা অহা প্ৰতিযোগীসকল, মই বক্তৃতাটো অসমীয়াতে আৰম্ভ কৰিছোঁ। এটা ঐতিহাসিক কাৰণ আছে। দৰাচলতে চাওঁতে চাওঁতে আজি প্ৰায় ৪৫ বছৰ হ'ল আমি বিতৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ লগত জড়িত হোৱা। পঞ্চম শ্ৰেণীতে আমি বিতৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ লগত জড়িত হৈছিলোঁ, আৰু তাৰ পিছত সুদীৰ্ঘ আজি ৪৫ বছৰ প্ৰথমতে প্ৰতিযোগী, তাৰ পিছত এদিন সংগঠক, তাৰ পিছত এদিন বিচাৰক, আৰু এতিয়া আমি অধ্যক্ষৰ দায়িত্ব পালন কৰোঁ। মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাটো আমি প্ৰতিযোগিতাত অংশগ্ৰহণ কৰিছিলোঁ, আমি পুৰস্কৃতও হৈছিলোঁ। এই প্ৰতিযোগিতাত আমি ২০০৭ চনৰ আগলৈকে এবাৰ দুবাৰ বিচাৰকৰ দায়িত্বও পালন কৰিছিলোঁ। কিন্তু ২০০৭ চনৰ পিছত আমাক নিমন্ত্ৰণ কৰা স্বত্তেও আমি সেই নিমন্ত্ৰণ বিনম্ৰতাৰে প্ৰত্যাখ্যান কৰিছিলোঁ। কোনো ব্যক্তিগত কাৰণত নহয়, এটা জাতীয় কাৰণত, আৰু সেই কাৰণটো আমি ৰাজহুৱাভাৱে নকলেও ব্যক্তিগতভাৱে তৰ্ক বিভাগৰ সম্পাদক বা ইয়াৰ ২-৪ গৰাকী অধ্যাপক অধ্যাপিকাক আমি জনাইছিলোঁ। মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা অসমৰ এখন ঐতিহ্যমণ্ডিত বিতৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা, আৰু হঠাৎ ২০০৭ চন ৬ চন মানৰ পৰা এইখন প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ পৰা অসমীয়া ভাষাক নিৰ্বাসিত কৰা হৈছিল। প্ৰধান যুক্তিটো আছিল যে এইখন প্ৰতিযোগিতা এতিয়া ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতা। কিন্তু আমি যিসকল বিতৰ্ক কলাৰ সৈতে নিৰৱচ্ছিন্নভাৱে অসমত জড়িত হৈ আছিলোঁ, আমি কথাটো ঠিক তেনেধৰণে মানি ল'ব পৰা নাছিলোঁ, কাৰণ বিতৰ্ক কলাৰ সৈতে, বিশেষকৈ অসমৰ বিতৰ্ক কলাৰ সৈতে মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা বিতৰ্ক কলাৰ এটা অন্তৰংগ নিবিড় সম্বন্ধ আছিল। যদি এইখন প্ৰতিযোগিতাতেই অসমৰ এজন ছাত্ৰই অসমীয়া ভাষাত নিজৰ যুক্তি অভিব্যক্ত কৰিব নোৱাৰে, যিখন ৰাজ্যত অসমৰ একমাত্ৰ দাৰ্শনিক শিল্পী জ্যোতিপ্ৰসাদে ওৰেটো জীৱন চিঞৰি গৈছিল, উপজিয়েই মই বিশ্ব নাগৰিক। যদি জ্যোতিপ্ৰসাদে এই যে কথাষাৰ কৈছিল, উপজিয়েই মই বিশ্ব নাগৰিক, মই যদি মোৰ ৰাজ্যখনত মই অসমীয়া ভাষাৰে বক্তৃতা দিব নোৱাৰোঁ, তেনেহ'লে জ্যোতিপ্ৰসাদৰ সেই সপোন মই কেনেকৈ বাস্তৱত ৰূপায়িত কৰিম যে উপজিয়েই মই বিশ্ব নাগৰিক। এইখন অসমৰ পৰা জ্যোতিপ্ৰসাদে আজিৰ পৰা ৭ দশক পূৰ্বে চিঞৰি গৈছিল। আমি নিজে 1986 চনত সেই সময়ত গুৱাহাটী বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ত অনুষ্ঠিত হৈছিল পূবমণ্ডল আন্তঃবিশ্ববিদ্যালয় যুৱ মহোৎসৱ ভাৰতীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় সংস্থাৰ দ্বাৰা আয়োজিত মই তেতিয়া গুৱাহাটী কমাৰ্চ কলেজৰ ছাত্ৰ আছিলোঁ গুৱাহাটী বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ক প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰি আমি পূবমণ্ডলত প্ৰথম হৈছিলোঁ আমাৰ সৈতে দ্বিতীয় হৈছিল যাদৱপুৰ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ সম্ভৱতঃ অনিৰ্বাণ ঘোষ নামৰ এজন তাৰ্কিক আৰু বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় সংস্থাৰ নিয়ম অনুসৰি ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতাত এটা মণ্ডলৰ পৰা প্ৰথম আৰু দ্বিতীয় হোৱা দুগৰাকীয়ে প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰিব পাৰে আৰু সেই সূত্ৰে আমি 86 চনৰ ডিচেম্বৰত আৰু মই নিজে গৌৰৱী অসমীয়া বুলি ভাবোঁ যে কিজানি আজিলৈকে তামিলনাডুৰ আন্নামালাইত অসমীয়া ভাষাত বক্তৃতা দিয়া কিজানি প্ৰথম আৰু অন্তিম ব্যক্তি ময়েই কাৰণ মই তামিলনাডুত 1986 চনত মই ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় বিতৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত অসমীয়া ভাষাত মই প্ৰতিযোগিতাত অংশগ্ৰহণ কৰি পূবমণ্ডলক প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰি গুৱাহাটী বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় অসমক গুৱাহাটী কমাৰ্চ কলেজক প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰি মই ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতাতো দ্বিতীয় স্থান লাভ কৰিছিলোঁ মুঠতে 8জন প্ৰতিযোগী থাকে ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতাত নিশ্চিতভাৱে দুটা মণ্ডলৰ পৰা 4গৰাকী হিন্দী ভাষীৰ আছিল আৰু বাকি 4টা ভাষাই বঙালী অসমীয়া তামিল আৰু তেলেগু সম্ভৱতঃ আছিল গতিকে আমি ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতা হ'ল বুলিয়েই যে আমি অসমীয়া ভাষা আমি তাক অনুমতি প্ৰদান কৰিব নোৱাৰিম তেনে ধৰণৰ যুক্তি আমি বিতৰ্ক কলাৰ লগত জড়িত ব্যক্তিসকলে বিচাৰি পোৱা নাছিলোঁ তাৰ পিছত দ্বিতীয়টো কাৰণ ভাৰতবৰ্ষ এখন ভাৰতবৰ্ষত ভাষাভিত্তিক ৰাজ্য গঠন কৰা হৈছে আৰু ভাষাভিত্তিক ৰাজ্য গঠন কৰাৰ পাছত অসমীয়া ভাষাটোক পৃষ্ঠপোষকতা কৰা সমগ্ৰ পৃথিৱীৰ ভিতৰত একমাত্ৰ ৰাজ্য অসমৰ বাহিৰে আন ক'তো অসমীয়া ভাষাক পৃষ্ঠপোষকতা কৰা আন কোনো ৰাজ্য নাই আৰু সেই পৰিপ্ৰেক্ষিততো আমি অসমীয়া ভাষাক একমাত্ৰ আসাম ইজ দি অনলি কাষ্টডিয়ান গতিকে আমি অসমীয়া ভাষাক আমি অসমৰ এখন ঐতিহ্যমণ্ডিত বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় মহাবিদ্যালয়ৰ ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ পৰা আমি নিৰ্বাসন দিয়াটো আমি খুব দুখ পাইছিলোঁ মনত আৰু তাৰ পিছত পৃথিৱীত 7.5 কোটি মানুহেই প্ৰত্যেকগৰাকী ব্যক্তিয়ে ইংৰাজী জানিব লাগিব ফৰাচী জানিব লাগিব জাৰ্মান জানিব লাগিব তেনে ধৰণৰ যুক্তি থাকিব নোৱাৰে ইংৰাজীৰ প্ৰয়োজনীয়তা আছে পৃথিৱীৰ প্ৰতিটো ভাষাৰ প্ৰয়োজনীয়তা আছে পাৰিলে মই প্ৰতিটো ভাষাই জানিব লাগিব ইংৰাজীৰ গুৰুত্ব আছে বাস্তৱ জগতত গুৰুত্ব আছে সকলো ফালেৰে গুৰুত্ব আছে কিন্তু তাৰ অৰ্থ এইটো নহয় যে অসমৰ 3.5 কোটি মানুহৰ 3.5 কোটি মানুহেই ইংৰাজী ভাষাত পণ্ডিত হৈ উঠিব লাগিব ইংৰাজীত ক'বলৈও পাৰিব লাগিব বুজিও পাব লাগিব লিখিবও পাৰিব লাগিব পঢ়িবও পাৰিব লাগিব ক'বও পাৰিব লাগিব কোনোবাই হয়তো ইংৰাজীত ক'ব পাৰিব পাৰে কোনোবাই লিখিব পাৰিব পাৰে কোনোবাই ভালদৰে বুজি পায় প্ৰত্যেকজনেই যে ইংৰাজী ভাষাত সমান পৰিমাণে দক্ষতা আমি লাভ কৰিব লাগিব তেনে ধৰণৰ যুক্তি থাকিব নোৱাৰে আৰু সেইভাৱে আমি বিচাৰিছিলোঁ যে অসমীয়া ভাষাক মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা ডিবেটত পুনৰ প্ৰৱেশৰ সুযোগ যাতে বাট আমি উলিয়াব পাৰোঁ তাৰ বাবে মই নিমন্ত্ৰণ পোৱা সত্ত্বেও 2007 চনৰ পিছত এতিয়ালৈ মই অধ্যক্ষ বা বিচাৰকৰ দায়িত্ব মই বিনম্ৰতাৰে প্ৰত্যাখ্যান কৰিছিলোঁ কিন্তু এইবাৰ আপোনালোকৰ আজি ইয়াত বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ সন্মানীয় উপাচাৰ্য মহোদয়ে আমাক ব্যক্তিগতভাৱেও নিমন্ত্ৰণ কৰোঁতে কৈছিল যে আমি ইতিমধ্যে সিদ্ধান্ত লৈছোঁ বুলি তেওঁ আমাক আশ্বাস দিছিল আৰু আজি তেওঁ উদ্বোধনী ভাষণতো তেওঁ কৈছে যে পৰৱৰ্তী প্ৰতিযোগিতাসমূহত তেওঁলোকে অসমীয়া ভাষাক পুনৰ সুযোগ দিব আৰু সেইভাৱে মই বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় কৰ্তৃপক্ষক এই নতুন নেতৃত্বক বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ নতুন নেতৃত্বক মই ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ আন্তৰিক কৃতজ্ঞতা জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ মই তাৰ পিছত আৰু এটা কথা আছে মই কৈছোঁ যে ইংৰাজীৰ প্ৰয়োজনীয়তা আছে মই বাৰে বাৰে স্বীকাৰ কৰিছোঁ ঠিক সেই ধৰণে দেশত কাৰ্পেণ্টাৰৰো প্ৰয়োজন আছে দেশত ৰাজমিস্ত্ৰীৰো প্ৰয়োজন আছে দেশত ইলেক্ট্ৰিচিয়ানৰো প্ৰয়োজন আছে দেশত ডক্টৰৰো প্ৰয়োজন আছে দেশত ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰৰো প্ৰয়োজন আছে কিন্তু একেজন ব্যক্তি জানো ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰ ডক্টৰ কাৰ্পেণ্টাৰ সকলো জানো এজন ব্যক্তিৰ মাজতেই আমি জানো পাব পাৰোঁ আধুনিক পৃথিৱী সহযোগিতাৰ পৃথিৱী আমি প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ যুগক ত্যাগ কৰি সহযোগিতাৰ দিশলৈ গতি কৰিব লাগিব আৰু সেই দৃষ্টিভংগীৰ ফালৰ পৰাও যে এখন দেশৰ 3.5 কোটি মানুহৰ যদি 3.5 কোটি মানুহৰ যদি 10 লাখ মানুহেও যদি ভালদৰে ইংৰাজী জানে তেতিয়াও জাতিটোৱে সমৃদ্ধিৰ পথত আগবাঢ়ি যাব পাৰিব তাৰ অৰ্থ এইটো নহয় যে কাৰণ আপোনালোকে যদি পৰিসংখ্যাৰ ফালৰ পৰা লক্ষ্য কৰে যদি অসমৰ ক্ষেত্ৰতে লক্ষ্য কৰে 3.5 কোটি মানুহৰ হয়তো 2.5 কোটিতকৈও অধিক মানুহে তেওঁৰ একেবাৰে জন্মৰ পৰা মৃত্যুলৈকে মোৰ এই অসম ৰাজ্যতেই বাস কৰিব গতিকে আমি কোনো ফালৰ পৰাই আমি ইংৰাজীক আজি মোক ইয়াত উপাচাৰ্য মহোদয়ে কৈছে যে ইতিমধ্যে IIT খড়গপুৰত হেনো বাংলা ভাষাক বৰ্তমান প্ৰৱেশৰ সুবিধা কৰি দিয়া হৈছে দিস ইজ দি এৰা অফ ইণ্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেম আৰু বিগত এক দশকৰ পৰা ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ ৰাজনৈতিক পথ পৰিৱৰ্তনৰ পিছত বিশেষকৈ NEP 2020ৰ পিছত আমি আঞ্চলিক ভাষাক আমি এক প্ৰকাৰ এটা ইংৰাজীৰ মানসিক দাসত্বৰ পৰা মুক্ত কৰাৰ বাবে প্ৰয়াস কৰিছোঁ মই এই ক্ষেত্ৰত আৰু এটা মাত্ৰ মই দুখাৰী বাক্য যিসকলে জানে তেওঁলোকে জানে যে মই মাটিৰ পৃথিৱীত দিব্য জীৱনৰ স্বপ্নদ্ৰষ্টা মহাযোগী মহাৰেখী শ্ৰী অৰবিন্দৰ জীৱন দৰ্শনৰ দ্বাৰা নিজক পৰিচালিত কৰিবলৈ যত্ন কৰোঁ আৰু শ্ৰী অৰবিন্দ হি ৱাজ সেন্ট টু ইংলেণ্ড এট দি এজ অফ 7 আৰু তেওঁ প্ৰত্যাৱৰ্তন কৰিছিল এট দি এজ অফ 21 তেওঁ ভাৰতবৰ্ষত অহাৰ পিছত নিজৰ মাতৃভাষা বাংলা শিকিছিল 21 বছৰ বয়সলৈ তেওঁ বাংলা নাজানিছিল আৰু 21 বছৰ পিছত আহি তেওঁ বাংলা শিকি তেওঁৰ মুঠ ৰচনাৱলীৰ 40টা খণ্ডৰ ভিতৰত এটা খণ্ড 500 পৃষ্ঠাতকৈ অধিক তেওঁ বাংলা ভাষাত তেওঁ সাহিত্য ৰচনা কৰি থৈ গৈছে 7 বছৰ পিছত তেওঁ নিজেই কৈছে যে আই লাৰ্ন বাংলা এজ এ ফৰেইনাৰ মই এজন মই বিদেশীৰ দৰে মই বাংলা শিকিছিলোঁ মই আৰু সেইজন মানুহে যিজনে 21 বছৰ বয়সতে ইংৰাজীক বাদ দিও পৃথিৱীৰ 7টা ভাষাৰ 4টা ভাষাত লিখিব ক'ব পঢ়িব পৰা আৰু আন 3টা ভাষাত সাধাৰণভাৱে তেওঁ পঢ়িব পৰাকৈ আৰু বুজিব পৰাকৈ জ্ঞান আয়ত্ত কৰাৰ পিছতো তেওঁ লিখিছিল তেওঁৰ এখন কিতাপত মই মাত্ৰ দুখাৰী বাক্য মই কৈ দিব বিচাৰিছোঁ তেওঁ কৈছে modern India is another striking example but the striking example of what he says nothing has stood more in the way of rapid progress in India nothing কৈছে যিজনে তেওঁৰ 40টা ৰচনাৱলীৰ 39টা ৰচনা তেওঁৰ ৰচনাৱলীৰ 19টা তেওঁৰ 39টা খণ্ড তেওঁ ইংৰাজী ভাষাত ৰচনা কৰিছে আৰু তেওঁ কৈছে যে modern India is another striking example nothing has stood more in the way of the rapid progress in India nothing has more successfully prevented her self-finding and development under modern condition than the long overshadowing of the Indian tongues as cultural instrument by the English language এই যে ইংৰাজী ভাষাৰ দ্বাৰা ভাৰতীয় ভাষাক সেই সময়ত পৰাধীন ভাৰতবৰ্ষত নিৰ্বাসিত কৰা হৈছিল আমাৰ সাংস্কৃতিক অভিব্যক্তিৰ মাধ্যম হিচাপে আৰু সেই কথাটোৱেই কৈছে ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ উন্নয়নৰ প্ৰধান অন্তৰায় আছিল ইউ মে একচেপ্ট ইট ইউ মে থ্ৰ' ইট এৱে ইট ইজ আপ টু ইয়'ৰ কনচিয়াছনেছ ইট ইজ আপ টু ইয়'ৰ উইজডম দিছ ইজ এ ফ্ৰী ৱৰ্ল্ড কিন্তু তেওঁ যিটো কথা কৈছে মই কেৱল আপোনালোকৰ আগত এই যে অসমীয়া ভাষাক যিসকলে মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা বিতৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ পৰা নিৰ্বাসিত কৰিছিল কেৱল মাত্ৰ ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় প্ৰতিযোগিতা অনুষ্ঠিত কৰাৰ অজুহাতত তাৰ পৰিপ্ৰেক্ষিতত মই এই কথাখিনি আপোনালোকৰ আগত বিনম্ৰতাৰে মই মোৰ নিজৰ ভাষাটোৰ স্বাৰ্থত কোনো ব্যক্তিগত স্বাৰ্থত নহয় মোৰ নিজৰ ভাষাটোৰ স্বাৰ্থত মই আপোনালোকৰ সন্মুখত উপস্থাপন কৰিছোঁ আৰু মই সঁচাকৈ আহ্লাদিত হৈছোঁ যে আপোনালোকৰ নতুন নেতৃত্বই কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ নতুন নেতৃত্বই আমাক আশ্বাস দিছে আৰু ৰাজহুৱাভাৱে আজি তেওঁৰ উদ্বোধনী ভাষণত তেওঁ আশ্বাস দিছে যে অসমীয়া ভাষাই অহা বছৰৰ পৰা পুনৰ মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱাত অসমীয়া ভাষী প্ৰতিযোগীয়েও অংশগ্ৰহণ কৰিব পাৰিব। তাৰপিছত মই আপোনালোকক মই এজ এ ষ্টুডেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়ান নলেজ ছিষ্টেম মই বিতৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ গুণাগুণৰ সম্বন্ধে আমাৰ যিসকল সন্মানীয় বিচাৰক আছে তেওঁলোকে ক'ব, কিন্তু এজ এ ষ্টুডেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়ান নলেজ ছিষ্টেম মই এই বিতৰ্ক কলাৰ বিষয়ে আপোনালোকক 2-3টা কথা মই আপোনালোকক জনাব বিচাৰিছোঁ। ইন দি ভাৰ্ছ নাম্বাৰ 32, chapter number 10, Sri Krishna said Arjuna that he said, Bada prabhadatam aham. He says, I am the Bada prabhadatam aham. That means I am the dialectic of the dialectician am I. I am the Bada prabhadatam aham. In the verse number 32, chapter number 10. What does it mean? It means Sri Krishna says he is Bada. He is not Jalpa, he is not Bitanda. In Indian knowledge system, particularly in the context of debate and argumentation, we have 3 forms of debate, and they are Bada, Jalpa, and Bitanda. They are the 3 types of discussions or debates. Among the Bada, Jalpa, and Bitanda, Krishna says he is not Jalpa, he is not Bitanda, he is Bada prabhadatam aham. But what is Bada, and what is Jalpa, and what is Bitanda? He says, a friendly and respectful discussion. Bada is a friendly and respectful discussion. And what is its aim? Aimed at seeking truth and understanding. Both parties engage in a constructive exchange of ideas with the goal of gaining knowledge and insight. So, Bada is truth, understanding, knowledge and understanding. These 4 are the goals of Bada kind of debate. And what it is a constructive exchange of ideas. A friendly and respectful discussions. But then what is Jalpa? This is a type of debate where the goal is to win the argument. Here goal is not to seek the truth. Here, where the goal is to win the argument or prove one's point, often using clever arguments and rhetorical devices. Jalpa can be seen as a more competitive and adversarial form of debate. Jalpa is a competitive and adversarial form of debate. And then what is Bitanda? Bitanda is actually cavilling and a destructive debate. A debate where one party seeks to criticize or refute the other's views, without offering constructive alternative, or engaging in a genuine exchange of ideas. So Bitanda is often seen as a negative or destructive form of debate. So then there are 3 kinds of debates which Indian Nyaya Shastra has spoken about. 3 kinds of debate. So first one is Bada, which is friendly discussions, aim is seeking truth. And second one is Jalpa, wrangling or competitive debate. And the third one is Bitanda, which is actually cavilling or cavilling or destructive debate. So there are three kinds of debates: Bado, Jolpo, and the Bitonda. And Krishna says he is not Jolpo, he is not Bitonda, he is Bado Prabhadatam Aham. He is Bado Prabhadatam Aham. He is only Bado kind of debate. Then what is the primary objective of this kind of debating competition? In Assam, at least in Assam, we want to elevate Bitonda kind of debate, or we want to transform Bitonda into Jolpo. And then we want to transform Jolpo into Bado kind of debate. So ultimately, we have to achieve, or we have to be successful in the Bado kind of debate. So through these competitions, by holding this type of competition, we want to transform Bitonda kind of debate, which is a destructive kind of debate, into what? Into Jolpo kind of debate, which is competitive kind of debate. And then this Jolpo has to be transformed into Bado kind of debate. And that is why Krishna says, I am Bado Prabhadatam Aham. With these few words, let me conclude here. Thank you and namaskar to all. And now, I ask the esteemed judges to speak. Let me complete the formality. One formality still remains to be completed. Ultimately, in spite of fiery debates, we could not arrive at any decision. This is always the case with competitive form of debate. We cannot arrive at any decision through this Jolpo kind of debate. So now I have decided to put the motion into vote. So anyone from the organizer will have to help me in counting the votes. So I ask those who are in support of the motion, please raise your hand. Those who are in support of the motion, yes. Those who are in support of the motion, please raise your hand. And one of the organizer can count, and anybody from the organizer can count and report. 17. And now those who oppose the motion, please raise your hand. So 17 and 31. So today's motion is lost, and thereby the House is adjourned sine die. And now I call upon the judges to speak a few words. Either three or anyone, or yes.
I have asked my brilliant colleague Manavendra and Kankana to say something to the debaters. Only because of that, both of are the rising sun and we are the setting sun. But they have refused my request and asked me to say something about the competition, especially for the competitors. Maner Adhyokho Mohodoy, খুব সুন্দৰকৈ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ বিষয়ে অধ্যক্ষ মহোদয়ে কৈ থৈ গৈছে, গতিকে সেই সম্পৰ্কে মই আগ নবঢ়াওঁ। আজিৰ প্ৰতিযোগিতাখন বিচাৰক হিচাপে আহি আমাৰ কেনে লাগিল, সদায় সেইটো এটা মিশ্ৰিত প্ৰতিক্ৰিয়াই হয়। গতিকে it is not an excellent competition, I'll think like that, but a good competition. ভাল প্ৰতিযোগিতা কিন্তু ইয়াতকৈ ভাল হোৱাৰ অৱকাশ আছিল আৰু যেহেতু এখন ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় মানৰ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা এজন গায়ক হ'বলৈ কেইটামান গুণ লাগে a commanding voice and good expression and to be a good debater there are some preconditions have to fulfill by the debaters like the rational content not emotional content rational content style of delivery use of proper word sentence and language confidence আৰু এটা বস্তু খুব মন কৰিছোঁ যেহেতু তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা খুব তত্ত্বগধুৰ কথা কয় আমি যদি ভাৰতীয় সংসদকে ধৰি বিভিন্ন সংসদৰ ডিবেটবিলাক চাওঁ তেন্তে দেখিম দ্য হিউমাৰ আইৰনি এণ্ড ছাটায়াৰ এই বস্তুটো খুব দৰকাৰী আছিল মানুহে যাতে ৰিলিফ পায় খুব মেণ্টেল ৰিলিফৰ কাৰণে খুব চিৰিয়াছ হৈ মানে কৰাটো খুব ভাল নহয় আৰু খুব লাইট মোশ্যনত কৰাটো ভাল নহয় বুলি মই ভাবোঁ বিং এ ডিবেটাৰ তাৰপিছত প্ৰপাৰ আৰ্গুমেণ্ট আজিৰ যেটো বিষয় মই ভাবো there are three parts of the subject one Indian policy second South Asian neighborhood of India then multipolar global phenomenon তো আমি যদি তৰ্ক কৰোতে গুটেই কেটা একেলগে 4 মিনিটত গুটেখিনি কৰিবলৈ দিগদাৰি আমি 4 মিনিট কেনেকৈ ভাগ কৰিছো যে আমি মাত্ৰ 4 মিনিট সময় পাম আৰু অধ্যক্ষ মহোদয়ৰ বাৰে কাকো সম্বোধন কৰাৰ মাননীয় জুৰি মেম্বাৰ্ছ মাননীয় অডিয়েন্স এইবিলাকক সম্বোধন কৰাৰ কোনো দৰকাৰ নাই 10 সেকেন্ড 20 সেকেন্ড এনেই গুচি যায় দুই এজনে কৰিছে ইয়াত মই ভাবো এটো কৰাৰ একো দৰকাৰ নাই দ্বিতীয়তে আগৰ দিনত তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত ভাগ ল'বলৈ অসুবিধা এই কাৰণে আছিল সোৰ্সটো যথেষ্ট কম আছিল যথেষ্ট কষ্ট কৰি কিতাপ পত্ৰ পঢ়ি তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ বাবে মানে পইণ্ট সংগ্ৰহ কৰিব লাগিছিল আজিকালি সহজ হ'ল আজিকালি কম্পিউটাৰ হ'ল ইন্টাৰনেট হ'ল গতিকে আমাৰ সোৰ্সটো খুব ভাল হ'ল এনলাৰ্জ সোৰ্স হ'ল কিন্তু তাতে সমস্যাও আহিল সোৰ্স এনলাৰ্জ হৈ যোৱাৰ লগে লগে আমাৰ দিনত দুই এটা মিছা কথা ক'ব পাৰিছিল আজিকালি মিছা কথা ক'ব নোৱাৰি কাৰণ আমি লগে লগে চাই দিওঁ যে তেওঁ কোৱা কথাটো হয় নে নহয় আমাৰ দিনত এনেকুৱা ডিবেটৰো আমি লগ পাইছিলোঁ যেটো ভাল কথা নহয় তোমালোকক হ'ব কোৱা নাই মই যে দক্ষিণ আফ্ৰিকাৰ ৰাইটাৰ উইলিয়াম ছেকচনে লিখা মাই পটেটো নামৰ গ্ৰন্থখন 128 পৃষ্ঠাৰ তৃতীয় পেৰাত উল্লেখ আছে যাজেনো ক'ত পঢ়িব এখন কিতাপ ওলোৱাই নাই কিতাপ এই কথাবিলাক আগতে অলপ সুবিধা আছিল কিন্তু আজিকালি হেবিলাক নহয় মইতো ভাল 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 বুলি কোৱা নাই কিছু সময়ৰ কাৰণে জাজক অলপ হতভম্ব কৰিবলৈ মানে সহজ আছিল কিন্তু আজিকালি হেতু নহয় আজিকালি আজিও ডিবেটৰে কোৱা বহুত কেইটা পইণ্ট আমি চাইছোঁ কোনোবাই কাৰোবাক আন্তঃৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় সন্ত্ৰাসবাদী হিচাপে ডিক্লেয়াৰ কৰিছে নাই কৰা কথা কৈছোঁ আমি কনফাৰ্ম হ'বৰ কাৰণে এবাৰ মিলাই চাইছোঁ লগে লগে যে হয়নে নহয় কোৱা কথাখিনি গতিকে খুব বেছি সাৱধান হ'ব লাগিব আজিকালি গতিকে মই ভাবোঁ কিছু সংখ্যক তাৰ্কিকে the sum of the debaters should know that this is debate competition debating competition this is not script reading competition script khonot sai jeta kotha koi thakibo this is different thing this is not script reading competition script reading competition is a different competition and debate competition is a different competition debate competition not scriptor hohai lobo paribo taru eta percentage thakibo je apuni ভাজিত আপুনি মাংসৰ লগত তেলখিনি কিমান দিব নিমখটো কিমান দিব তাৰ এটা নিৰ্দিষ্ট হিচাপ থাকিব কিমান সহায় ল'ব স্ক্ৰিপ্টৰ তাৰ এটা জোখ বহুতে স্ক্ৰিপ্টখন লিখি আনি পেলাই মানে পঢ়ি গৈছে গতিকে কোনো স্ক্ৰিপ্ট ৰিডিং ডিবেটৰক আমি পুৰস্কাৰ দিয়া নাই দিব নোৱাৰোঁ দিব নাপায় তাৰপিছত হ'ল যে কোনটোৰ পিছত কোনটো ক'ব যদি একেজন ডিবেটৰ একেখিনি কথাকে কৈ থাকে ৰিপিটেশ্যন অফ দ্য পইণ্টছ ৰিপিটেশ্যন অফ কণ্টেণ্ট ৰিপিটেশ্যন অফ আৰ্গুমেণ্ট তেতিয়াহ'লে আমি চেঞ্জ কৰি ক'ব পাৰোঁ নেকি যে 10 জনে কৈ গ'ল একেখিনি কথাকে মই কৈ আছোঁ আগৰকেইজনে কোৱাখিনি কেনেকৈ কাটি আমি নতুনকৈ কথা ক'ব পাৰোঁ এজন তাৰ্কিকে খুব মানে সুন্দৰ কাম এটা কৰিছে তেওঁ কৰিছে যে দক্ষিণ পূব এছিয়াৰ সৈতে ভাৰতৰ সহযোগিতা নহয় বস্তুটো হ'ব লাগে ভাৰতৰ সৈতে দক্ষিণ পূব এছিয়াৰ সহযোগিতা দক্ষিণ পূব এছিয়া আহিব লাগে ভাৰতৰ গোটেই ছাবজেক্টটো ঘূৰাই দিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিছে এটা ইণ্টেলিজেণ্ট ডিবেটিং গতিকে সেই ধৰণৰ যদি এটা প্ৰেজেঞ্চ অফ মাইণ্ড থাকে মই ভাবোঁ তেতিয়াহ'লে খুব ভাল হয় কথাটো এটা কথা এজন ডিবেটৰো উল্লেখ নকৰিলে যেন মোৰ লাগে যে এটা শব্দ এটা লাইনে গোটেই পৃথিৱীত তুলপাৰ লগাই আছে আজি 7 দিন লাইনটো হ'ল উই হেভ লষ্ট ইণ্ডিয়া এণ্ড ৰাছিয়া টু দ্য ডাৰ্কেষ্ট চাইনা ট্ৰাম্পে কৈছিল কথাটো এই কথাটোক লৈ এটা বিশ্বৰ পলিটিক্সটো চলি আছে আৰু মই ভাবোঁ আজিৰ প্ৰেক্ষাপটত এই বিষয়বস্তুটোৰ প্ৰসংগ 1 ছেকেণ্ডৰ কাৰণে হ'লেও টানি অনাটো প্ৰাসংগিকতা আছে দুই এজনে চেষ্টা কৰিছে কিন্তু খুব ফ্লুৱেণ্টকৈ খুব বল্ডলি মানে এই কামটো কৰিব পৰা হ'লহেঁতেন বুলি মই ভাবোঁ তাৰপিছত কোঅপাৰেশ্যনটো কেইবাজনো কৰ্পৰেশ্যন কৈছে ইট মে বি দ্য শ্লিপ অফ টাং আচলতে কৰ্পৰেশ্যনটো বেলেগ আৰু কোঅপাৰেশ্যনটো বেলেগ সেইখিনি চাব লাগিব এইকাৰণে দিছ ইজ দ্য ডিবেট কম্পিটিশ্যন মোৰ অভাৰ ইটছ এ নেশ্যনেল লেভেল ডিবেট কম্পিটিশ্যন দেয়াৰ শুড বি এ স্মুথ স্পীড should maintained by the debaters. It should not like Rajdhani Express or it should not like Abod Assam Express. It should like Kanchenjunga Express. Moderate speed eta lagibo tat. আমি ৰাজধানীৰ ইমান জোৰটো যাব নোৱাৰোঁ অবধ আছাম বা নৰ্থ ইষ্ট এক্সপ্ৰেছৰ দৰে ইমান শ্ল' হ'ব নোৱাৰে তাত ৰাজধানী আমাৰ কাঞ্চনজংঘা বা শৰাইঘাটৰ দৰে এটা মডাৰেট লেংথ এটা লাগিব স্পীড এটা লাগিব তাত যেতিয়া দীঘল বাক্য কয় বিশেষকৈ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত যদি বাক্যটো দীঘলীয়া হয় তেতিয়াহ'লে তেওঁ আৰম্ভণি ক'ত কৰিছিল আৰু শেষ ক'ত কৰিছিল তাৰ মাজত যদি সামঞ্জস্য নাথাকে তেতিয়াহ'লে গোটেই বস্তুটো লুটি খাই যায় কেইবাগৰাকীও ডিবেটৰে খুব সুন্দৰকৈ খুব সুন্দৰ কণ্টেণ্ট আনিছে খুব সুন্দৰ যুক্তি তেওঁলোকে সংগ্ৰহ কৰিছে কিন্তু তেওঁলোকৰ ডেলিভাৰীটো ইমান বেয়া যে তেওঁলোকৰ গোটেই বস্তুটো আকৰ্ষণীয় হোৱা নাই আৰু কেইজনমান তাৰ্কিকৰ এনেকুৱা আকৰ্ষণীয় গোটেই মানে ডেলিভাৰীটো কিন্তু তেওঁলোকৰ কণ্টেণ্ট ইমান দুৰ্বল যে দুইটা বস্তু আচলতে বাদ দিব লাগিব যে কণ্টেণ্ট ভাল হ'ব লাগিব ডেলিভাৰী ভাল হ'ব লাগিব ভাষা ভাল হ'ব লাগিব এটা মানে ইমোশ্যনেল স্পীচ নহয় ৰেচনেল স্পীচ হ'ব লাগিব ডিবেটৰসকল সদায় ৰেচনেল বুলি কয় গতিকে এই গোটেইখিনি কথা যে মেইনটেইন কৰে হিউমাৰ এণ্ড চেটায়াৰ মই ক'লোঁ এই কথাটো কনফিডেন্স লেভেলো বহুতৰ নাই আৰু এটা খুব দৰকাৰী কথা মই মানে ভাবোঁ যে ভাষণ দিয়াৰ বেলেগ বেলেগ ঠাই আছে তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত যেতিয়া তাৰ্কিকৰ ভাষণৰ যিটো ষ্টাইল অফ প্ৰেজেণ্টেশ্যন ৰাজনৈতিক নেতাই ৰাজনৈতিক সভাত দিয়া বক্তৃতাৰ ষ্টাইল অফ প্ৰেজেণ্টেশ্যন বেলেগ অৰেটৰ আৰু ডিবেটৰৰ মাজত কিছু পাৰ্থক্য আছে ইউ আৰ ডিবেটৰ নট অৰেটৰ এটা বহল অৰ্থত অৰেটৰ ডিবেটৰ এটা ফেমিলিতে পৰে যদিও সেই ফেমিলিৰ এ বি ভাগ আছে ডিবেটৰ আৰু অৰেটৰৰ মাজত কিন্তু একে নহয় কিন্তু দুটা বস্তু একে নহয় নিজে তোমালোকে চিন্তা কৰিবা যে ৰাজহুৱা সভাত ভাষণ দিয়া আৰু ডিবেট কম্পিটিশ্যনত কথা কোৱা দুইটাৰ মাজত কিন্তু ডিফাৰেঞ্চ আছে যেনেকৈ আমি জন্মদিনৰ গান এটা যেনেকৈ গাম মৃত্যুৰ গান এটা তেনেকৈ নাগাওঁ আমি বিয়া ঘৰত যেনেকৈ গান গাম শ্মশানত গৈ তেনেকৈ আমি গান নাগাওঁ প্ৰেজেণ্টেশ্যন ষ্টাইলটো বেলেগ বেলেগ ক'ত গাইছা কিয় গাইছা কেনেকৈ গাইছা কি কৰিছা যেনেকৈ গানৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত হ'ব তেনেকৈ তৰ্ক বিতৰ্কৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত ক'ত কৈছা কিহৰ বিষয়ে কৈছা কাৰ আগত কৈছা কিয় কৈছা কেনেকৈ কৈছা তেতিয়াতো আহিব মই ভাবোঁ একেটা কথা জনাটো খুব দৰকাৰী আৰু এটা কথা মই লিখি ৰাখিছিলোঁ খুব দীঘলীয়াকৈ নকৰোঁ যে তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ যিটো বিষয়বস্তু সেই বিষয়বস্তুটোৰ মাজত কিন্তু আন এটা বিষয়বস্তু লুকাই থাকে দেয়াৰ ইজ এ হাইডিং ছাবজেক্ট ইন ইটছ ডিবেটিং কম্পিটিশ্যন তোমালোকে যদি চোৱা এই তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ ভিতৰত এটা বিষয় সোমাই আছে বা দুটা বিষয় সোমাই আছে বা তিনিটা বিষয় সোমাই আছে এটা বস্তু সদায় চাবা যে আজিৰ তাৰিখত কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে এই ছাবজেক্টটো কিয় ল'লে এই ছাবজেক্টটো দিয়াৰ আঁৰত এটা কাহিনী আছে সেই কাহিনীটো যদি জানিব নোৱাৰা ডিবেট কম্পিটিশ্যনৰ মূল পইণ্টত টাচ কৰিবলৈ কিন্তু অকণমান অসুবিধা হ'ব মানে মই ভাবোঁ তোমালোকক যিসকলে ডিবেট শিকায় বা সহায় কৰে তেখেতসকলে খুব ভালকৈ জানিব এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চসকলে সকলোৰে প্ৰতি মোৰ শুভেচ্ছা থাকিল আৰু পুৰস্কাৰটো এটা আন ধৰণৰ কথা বাৰু কাৰণ মই ভাবোঁ যে মানে ভাল মানুহ আৰু জনপ্ৰিয় মানুহ যেনেকৈ বেলেগ ভাল ডিবেটৰ আৰু জনপ্ৰিয় ডিবেটৰো বেলেগ ভাল নেতা আৰু জনপ্ৰিয় নেতাও বেলেগ ভাল কিতাপ আৰু জনপ্ৰিয় কিতাপো বেলেগ এখন ভাল চিনেমা জনপ্ৰিয় নহ'বও পাৰে এখন জনপ্ৰিয় চিনেমা ভাল নহ'বও পাৰে আমি ফেমিলিৰ লগত চাব পৰা চিনেমা নহ'বও পাৰে তেনে এজন পুৰস্কাৰ পৰা ডিবেটৰ গুড ডিবেটৰ নহ'বও পাৰে এইটো এটা ইটছ এ গেম অফ 5 মিনিটছ অৰ 4 মিনিটছ আজিৰ এই প্ৰতিযোগিতাত একেখিনি বিচাৰক একে অধ্যক্ষ একে বিষয় একে আয়োজক যদি কাইলৈ একে কম্পিটিশ্যন হয় ৰিজাল্ট একে নহ'বও পাৰে গতিকে এইটো একদম সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে 5 মিনিটৰ এটা খেল সকলো প্ৰতিযোগীলৈকে মোৰ তৰফৰ পৰা শুভেচ্ছা জনাইছোঁ মই আচলতে প্ৰতিগৰাকী প্ৰতিযোগীৰ বিষয়ে কৈ থাকোঁ কিন্তু আজি যিহেতু দেৰি হৈছে গতিকে প্ৰতিজনৰ কি প্লাছ পইণ্ট কি মাইনাছ পইণ্ট মই লিখি থৈছোঁ যদিও সেইখিনি ক'বলৈ এটা সময় নহ'ব কাৰণ আমাৰ ইতিমধ্যে বহুত দেৰি হৈ গৈছে গতিকে মই সকলোলৈকে শুভেচ্ছা জনালোঁ যে তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত ভাগ লোৱা পুৰস্কাৰ বা প্ৰাইজ মানি দেখি তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাত ভাগ ল'বলৈ নাহিবা আহিবা গুৰুত্বটো বুজি আমাৰ দিনততো প্ৰাইজ মানি নাছিলে কিতাপ আছিল কিন্তু তোমালোকৰ দিনত প্ৰাইজ মানি হ'ল আৰু সেই এক তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা আমি একেখিনি ডিবেটৰকে বহুত ঠাইত আমি দেখা পাই থাকোঁ তাৰমানে আজি তেজপুৰত গ'ল আজি গুৱাহাটীত গ'ল আজি নগাঁৱত গ'ল আজি তেজপুৰত গ'ল ইটছ লাইক এ গ্ৰুপ তো তাৰ যেনেকৈ প্লাছ পইণ্ট আছে তাৰ তেনেকৈ মাইনাছ পইণ্টটো আছে যে একেখিনি ডিবেটৰ নালাগে অসমত 10জনেই কিয় লাগে আৰু ডিবেটত ভাৰতবৰ্ষত 100জনেইনো কিয় লাগে বেছিকৈ হ'ব লাগে অলপ ৰিজাল্টবিলাক বদলি থাকিব লাগে ভাল লাগে তেতিয়া গতিকে নেপোলিয়নে কৈছিল যে গিভ মি এ বুক এণ্ড আই উইল টেল ইউ দ্য হোল হিষ্ট্ৰী অফ দেট পাৰ্টিকুলাৰ নেশ্যন মোক এখন কিতাপ দিয়া আৰু মই তোমালোকক সেই জাতিটোৰ বুৰঞ্জী ক'ম একেগৰাকীয়ে কৈছিল গিভ মি এ মাদাৰ এণ্ড আই উইল গিভ ইউ এ নেশ্যন মোক এগৰাকী মা দিয়া মই তোমালোকক এটা জাতি দিম সেই কথাৰ আৰ্ধে মই যে ক'ব খুজিছোঁ গিভ মি চাম গুড ডিবেটাৰ্ছ এণ্ড আই উইল গিভ ইউ এ বেটাৰ ছ'চাইটি থেংক ইউ তোমালোক সকলোলৈকে ধন্যবাদ জনালোঁ আৰু মোৰ লগত একেলগে থকা ডক্টৰ মানৱেন্দ্ৰ শৰ্মা আৰু কংকনা গোস্বামী দুইজনকে শুভেচ্ছা জনালোঁ মোৰ জ্যেষ্ঠ দিগন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ডাঙৰীয়া তেখেতলোকক ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ত মোৰ কেইবাজনো সহপাঠীও আছে তেওঁলোককে ধৰি মই সকলো শিক্ষাগুৰু কৰ্তৃপক্ষ আয়োজক আৰু তাৰ্কিকসকলক লগতে যিসকলে তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা চাবলৈ আহিছে এই যুগত মই ভাবোঁ তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা চাবলৈ অহা মানুহকো অহাৰ পৰা এটা পুৰস্কাৰ দিয়াৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিব লাগে কাৰণ এই যুগত মানুহে চিনেমা থিয়েটাৰৰ বাহিৰে একো চাবলৈ নাযায় তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা চাবলৈ অহাটো এইটো এটা মানে মই ভাবোঁ যে ৰেয়াৰেষ্ট এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চ আমি বহুত ডাঙৰ ডাঙৰ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়লৈ গৈছোঁ এখন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ত আজি বা 3 বছৰ আগত আপোনালোকে বিশ্বাস কৰে নকৰে মই নাজানো আমি গানৰ জাজ আছিলোঁ গানৰ জাজত বহিবলৈ ঠাই নাই চব চাব আহে তাৰপিছত হঠাৎ ডিবেটৰ জাজ এজন কিবা গা বেয়া হ'ল মই জাজ কৰিবলৈ গ'লোঁ কমিটি আৰু মাইকৰ মানুহকে ধৰি জাজ আৰু স্পীকাৰকে ধৰি কম্পিটিটৰ বাদ দি আমি 8জন মানুহ দৰ্শক নাই আৰু কম্পিটিটৰ হৈছে 27জন তাৰমানে কম্পিটিটৰতকৈ চোৱা মানুহ কম সেইকাৰণে কৈছোঁ যে গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ গহীন বস্তুবিলাকৰ প্ৰতি মাহে মাহে মানুহৰ আস্থা কমিছে আৰু তৰল বস্তুবিলাকতে আস্থা বাঢ়িছে এনেকুৱা সময়ত আজি কটন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় বিষ্ণুৰাভা হললৈ কেৱল আৰু কেৱল তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা চাবলৈ অহা সকলোকে মই ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ আৰু অহাবাৰ যিহেতু অসমীয়া ভাষাটো অন্তৰ্ভুক্ত হ'ব তো আমি আয়োজক সমিতিক এটা আহ্বান জনাব খুজিছোঁ যে মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতাখন ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ এখন আগশাৰী তৰ্ক প্ৰতিযোগিতা ইয়াৰ প্ৰচাৰৰ ব্যৱস্থাটো ইয়াতকৈ বেছি প্ৰসাৰিত কৰিব লাগে যাতে আমাৰ বাহিৰৰ পৰা প্ৰতিযোগিতা আহে পুৰস্কাৰ কোনে পায় সেইটো ডাঙৰ কথা নহয় গতিকে যদি ইয়াৰ প্ৰচাৰটো অলপ প্ৰসাৰিত কৰে মই ভাবোঁ ইয়াৰ প্ৰতিযোগিতাৰ মান আৰু বহুগুণে উন্নত হ'ব এতিয়াও যথেষ্ট উন্নত অসমৰ সমাজ ৰাজনীতি অৰ্থনীতি সাহিত্য সংস্কৃতিত দবদবাই থকা বহু মানুহ এই মানিক চন্দ্ৰ বৰুৱা ডিবেট কম্পিটিশ্যনৰ প্ৰডাক্ট গতিকে পুনৰ মই আয়োজকসকলক ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ আৰু সকলোকে ধন্যবাদ জনাই মোৰ বক্তব্য সামৰণি মাৰিছোঁ আৰু মোৰ সতীৰ্থ বিচাৰক ডক্টৰ মানৱেন্দ্ৰ শৰ্মা আৰু কংকনা গোস্বামীক অধ্যক্ষ মহোদয়ৰ অনুমতি লৈ ফলাফল ঘোষণা কৰিবলৈ অনুৰোধ জনাইছোঁ
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your insightful remark. It is rightly said that the strength of a debate is not measured by the decibel of loudness. Instead, it is measured by the strength of the reasoning and arguments put forwarded. Now, I would like to take a break for lunch because I believe in the line that empty stomach cannot lead to revolution. Empty stomach can only lead to gastric. So we'd like to take a break for lunch, and I request all our volunteers to please escort Honorable Speaker Sir, our jury panel, and the faculty members to the refreshment room. I request our volunteers to please escort Honorable Speaker Sir, our jury panel, faculty members, and all the participants to the refreshment room. And I also request few of our volunteers to please come backstage for clearing the stage for our next program, that is the cultural evening. I request few of the volunteers to please come backstage and clear the stage for our cultural evening. Thank you.